We're going to be getting started in a few minutes. If folks could go ahead and please take their seats. We'll be getting started shortly. Thank you. I would like to call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. First of all, I want to let members of the public know that someone was removed from the chambers before the meeting. The person was asked by security to leave the podium. He was asked by the vice chair to follow security's directive. He refused to comply. He was warned again. He was warned a third time. The person was removed because he was creating an actual disturbance in the chambers. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Ms. Allard.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Ms. Kennedy. Here. Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Zalatel.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Demboski, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Ms. Demboski, I'm sorry that you are not allowed to say the pledge, to start the pledge.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Darden, please follow the rules. Next, we have the land acknowledgement. Mr. Rivera, would you lead us, please, or read it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I would ask members of the public to please refrain from clapping. We have minutes from previous meetings. Mr. Vice Chair, could I get a motion to approve?
I move to approve the minutes from previous meetings.
Second.
Asking for unanimous consent, is there any opposition to approving the minutes from the special meeting of May 18 and the regular meeting of May 25, both 2021? Seeing no opposition, those minutes are approved. Mr. Mayor, do you have a report?
Yes, I do. Thank you for allowing me once again to the Assembly. Importantly, I'd like to provide a few updates. Over the last 2 weeks, our team has been hard at work meeting with Anchorage families, businesses, and stakeholders on getting this city back on track. I met with representatives of the Alaska hospitality retailers to discuss their priorities, concerns, and commitment to help Anchorage small businesses rebound and regain economic stability after shutdowns and restrictions over the past year and a half. My team and I met with the Alaska Department of Transportation regarding the status of all AMATS projects. working diligently towards expanding local infrastructure. We've held numerous meetings with the stakeholders from the Port of Alaska to hear their many concerns about the fragile condition of the Port of Anchorage, make that the Port of Alaska, and the consequences for food security if we have an earthquake that would make the port unusable for 85% of all goods and services that come through the port. I spoke at length with Senator Dan Sullivan regarding the upcoming infrastructure package and the need to prioritize investment for the Port of Alaska. Members of my administration and I attended the Alaska Defense Forum in Fairbanks last week, as well as the Alaska Municipal League's Conference of Mayors, to discuss several Anchorage-focused priorities and meet a number of my fellow mayors. Together, the Anchorage community took part in Chief McCoy's ceremonial swearing-in at Bartlett High School and once again celebrated the men and women who serve on the front lines to protect Anchorage. Today, my team joined Governor Dunleavy and his administration a strong step forward in helping law enforcement agencies take violent criminals and sexual predators off our streets. It is my belief that ramping up the collection of DNA and the tracking and testing of sexual assault kits will bring hope to victims and survivors across the municipality of Anchorage as well as our great state. Lastly, I'd like to address a few additional items of importance. First, I recently outlined my administration's view on COVID-19 mandates. My view and position are very clear. We have no intention to place mandates on our businesses, mandates masking our residents, or mandates that require COVID-19 vaccinations. I believe this is the wrong approach and believe these decisions are best left to be made outside of government. My team at the Anchorage Health Department will continue to do their jobs and provide Anchorage residents with real-time information and services. In fact, under my administration, we've already begun ramping up new testing sites, making new resources available, and will continue to give Anchorage as much information as possible to make the best decision for themselves and their families. Municipal Manager Amy Domboski will provide us with an additional update on emergency response. Lastly, on the issue of vaccines, it has been said that I oppose vaccines. This is simply untrue. My view on the emergency use authorization vaccine is this. This should be a personal choice, not the choice of politicians or political activists. If you are vaccinated or you have natural immunity, you are far less likely to suffer serious illness, hospitalization, or death in comparison to those without. And the best way to prevent the spread of COVID-19 is through vaccination or through natural immunity. But again, I firmly believe Anchorage residents must ultimately make these informed decisions in consultation with their own personal health professional. If we walked away with one thing over the recent months, it's that Anchorage residents do not want more mandates, shutdowns, closures, and the government telling us how we must live our lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a COVID update, I wanted to first say that I'm doing my best to keep Assembly members in the loop as status change, so I hope you find those messages helpful. Regarding emergency procurements, tonight on the agenda you will see that the administration did authorize 2 emergency procurement authorizations. The first was July 23rd, 2021. It was issued under AMC 720-090 to ensure continuation of testing between July 25th and August 8th with Visit Healthcare Incorporated. It was amendment number 8 to PO number 20002802. The fiscal note was $650,000 of previously appropriated money by the Assembly for COVID response. The second emergency procurement authorization was for the same PO. It was again issued under AMC 720-090 to expand and continue the COVID testing performance period through August 25th, 2021. The fiscal note on amendment number 9 was $2,136,696 of previously appropriated money from the Assembly for COVID response. Pending tonight, you will see an introduction for another request to you to ensure adequate COVID testing resources through October 31st, 2021. This will give us enough time to reevaluate our overall contracting strategy and potentially realign to get more cost-effective option moving forward in the longer term. As far as testing efforts go, the municipality has and continues to expand our testing capabilities, continuing to improve our messaging to the community to ensure people know where there are numerous city, state, and private locations to receive testing. We are noticing that certain locations, such as the Lusac location, has become the most popular, but often there are other locations where wait times are much shorter. So we are messaging to remind residents of the numerous locations, including the Ted Stevens International Airport and numerous private sector partners where testing can be received at no cost oftentimes, and their wait times are much shorter. Specific to increased capacity, we are expanding capacity at existing locations, including expanding hours and additional lanes, as well as working to establish additional pop-up sites. The health department has given me a few points just to give you an update. If people want more information on where they can go to find many of these testing or vaccination locations or information on COVID or the resources available, you can go to anchoragecovidtest.org, and that will give you some information. They have included on that update the location of the airport, as well as the Mountain View Urgent Care and Walgreens to that website as well. As far as Friday afternoon, we did get an update and a confirmation from UAA that the Alaska Airlines Center parking lot will be open. That location will be open as a pop-up site beginning on Wednesday, August 11th. The site will be open 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. The testing capacity at this location will be equivalent to that at the Lusac Library, and process will be the same. Our PIOs in the health department and with the EOC will be working with UAA PIOs on joint messaging and promotion. The site is currently planned for 6 weeks. UAA is open to extension should the increased need for testing continue, and should that need not be met by Visit Healthcare's increased staffing at their sites. I want to point out that the Lusac Library site adjustment has resulted in traffic moving faster and shorter lines. Visit Healthcare has increased staffing at this location by 50%. Visit Healthcare continues to hire new staff to meet the increased testing demand. A total of 12 new staff were brought online last week. They will assess moving opening times to 8 a.m. next week, depending on staffing availability. They will also be adding signage about alternate testing locations for those in lines. They expect to have the signage in place tomorrow. So as these sites start to back up, they'll put out signs letting people know, hey, you can go to these other testing site locations. The health department is also exploring 2 avenues for tracking real-time congestion at testing sites, and are working with the mayor's I-team to bring that solution online to anchoragecovidtest.org by the end of next week. As far as the testing demand, we still see that demand continues to be high. As such, Visit Healthcare has moved their Lusac site, they call it the command center container, to a different location in their parking lot to allow for more capacity. And what they are expecting at this time to bring on additional staffing, they think by the end of the week they may be fully staffed with an additional 10 more employees. Effectively, this is a quote from the health department, this is effectively amounts to a reversal of the 60% reduction they put in place during the lull in testing back in June. The last thing I'd like to just mention to assembly members and the public, not related to COVID, but related to the emergency alert system, the Federal Emergency Management Agency and the FCC will be conducting a nationwide test of the emergency alert system on Wednesday, August 11th from between the hours of 10:20 a.m. and 10:50 p.m. Both tests will begin. It's expected at 10:20 a.m. Alaska time. The wireless emergency alert portion of the test will be directed only to consumer cell phones which have opted in to receive text messages and are within range of an active cell tower and are configured to receive WEA test messages. The emergency alert system portion of the test will be sent to radios and televisions. If for some reason the August 11th nationwide EAS and WEA tests are postponed, it would be then held on August 25th. End of report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dombowski, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the updates. We do have Ms. Zelato in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for those updates. In particular to COVID, two questions. The first is there an intent by the administration to appoint or designate an incident commander through which all COVID-19 response will be directed by? And the follow-up to that is, if so, would that incident commander be available to do briefings more than at assembly meetings? I've had quite a few requests for some kind of regular briefing on the COVID-19 response by the municipality.
Thank you, Madam Zalatel, through the chair. I am the incident commander for the municipality of Anchorage, and my strategy has been to provide the assembly. I think you saw it probably starting last week, to start providing the assembly with just routine updates as I get them. So it will be coming multiple times a week. That's my expectation.
Anything else, Ms. Zalatel?
Just that there's the request that that the information go directly to the public, and if that is possible, it would be something I would hope the administration would consider. It's great when there can be that opportunity. I know that that was really well received at other points during the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Moving on to Assembly Chair's report. First of all, it's nice to be back. I had the opportunity to accompany my daughter on a BSA scouting trip to New Mexico. It was wonderful. However, I was off-grid and unable to dial into the last meeting. I'm sorry to have missed the historic swearing-in of APD Chief McCoy. My congratulations to him and our community on this milestone. My thanks to Mr. Constant and Mr. Rivera for filling in for me while I was gone. I am grateful to you both, as well as Ms. Jones and her team for taking on the added work. Thank you. So a few items to note concerning the calendar. To members, we have a Rules Committee meeting scheduled for this Thursday, August 12, from 1 to 2 p.m. All meetings are open to the public. The agenda will include updates on a number of projects, including the update of our Assembly Strategic Plan, 2022 budget priorities, and the hiring process for the Assembly Legislative Liaison position. An agenda will be coming out soon. We also have a special Assembly meeting scheduled on Friday, August 13, from 1 to 3 p.m. in room 155 of City Hall. There will be an executive session on the MOA litigation update. And then we do have one confirmation hearing scheduled for this Friday, August 13, from 3 to 3:30 p.m. 4 more confirmation hearings are scheduled for the following Friday on August 20th. And thank you to Mr. Constant for your work with Ms. Demboski to get these hearings scheduled in an organized and timely fashion. I just want to reiterate a few things. A reminder, following the initial audience participation, while members of the public will still be able to sign up to participate at the end of the meeting, if we run out of time. When we get to the end of the meeting, we'll begin with members of the public who are here in person. Once we get through everyone in person, then we'll go through the phone lists. And a reminder to members that we will continue to use Robert's rules more so that we are structuring our proceedings to maximize our ability to get through as much of the city's business as we can during our regular meetings. That includes reinstating the practice of speaking twice to an item and allowing those in the queue who haven't yet spoken on an item to speak before other members speak again. And finally, this evening has been off to a lively start, and I ask that all members of the public who are here, whether to speak or to listen, to please share the responsibility of welcoming all members of the public to these chambers and extending the courtesy of respect to one another. Maintaining respect is a way to help safeguard our precious democracy and serve the interests of our diverse community. Thank you all. I appreciate you being here tonight, and we'll now move on to committee reports. And folks who are queuing up behind the podium, if you would please stand back. It's going to be a few minutes before we get to the initial audience participation. We're going to go through committee reports first. We'll start with Mr. Weddleton.
Well, thank you. So the Community and Economic Development Committee met on August 5th, and we had a very extensive update on the land use plan that we adopted a little over a year ago from Planning Director Michelle McNulty, and there's been a lot of progress on that. We've been part of that, but it really is nice to have a important plan and step-by-step actually be working through the implementation. We got a list from Mr. Trombley on potential changes to Title 21 and Title 23, And if you want to take a look at that, you can go to the Assembly site on the CEDC website, and there'll be a list of that. And it's very early stages, so it was this presentation, almost a brainstorming thing of things that our work plan over the next probably couple years. We also got an update from Winfluence Strategies, who we contributed a relatively small amount of money for their effort to educate throughout the state on the railroad's claims of exclusive use for their right-of-way. And they are making progress. In fact, a very significant letter from the governor was presented that basically told the railroad that they need to back off and actually reimburse the Flying Crown Homeowners Association for their expenses so far to defend themselves against the railroad's lawsuit. So that was very impressive. We will meet again in 2 Thursdays. We have 1 marijuana license on that one, and not sure what else we'll delve into. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Whittleton. Before we move to Ms. Allard, Mr. Darden, would you please remove your hat and your camera from this area? And then go ahead and step back. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't actually have any comments in regards to committee, but I would ask if I could have a moment of privilege.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. So I'm going to read this from what I've written only because I think each and every word is important and I don't want to miss it. Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to speak for a moment on the topic of life is unfair sometimes. I just have to say how proud I am of Eagle River Connect Little League team and how my heart breaks for them that they were required to forfeit playing at the Northwest Region Tournament in a situation that was entirely out of their control. They did nothing wrong. They did everything right. They were forced to forfeit because one player had a positive COVID test. That player had no symptoms. No one else on the team or in the entire Alaska contingent that went to San Bernardino, California to represent our state tested positive. This was a crushing decision by Little League International. In this case, 10 to 12-year-old boys who won state for the state of Alaska and were in the running to play in the Little League World Series. First time ever. If our boys had arrived on Friday instead of Thursday, they would have been able to play through the weekend like all the other teams did. The teams that didn't have to travel as far as us, and it made a difference. But because we live in Alaska, the Connect Little League team had to travel a day early and to test a day early and to get their results on the Friday before the weekend, while other teams got to play through the weekend without their test results. Why? Because those teams, again, arrived on Friday. Of course, we don't even know if that was a false positive, although there is documentation that suggests as many 5% COVID tests are positives, false positives. That said, I am grateful that all of the team is healthy, all the parents, the family members are all healthy, and the coaches. These kids work so hard, and we're all proud of them, just as we are proud of all our young athletes in Anchorage and in Alaska. They are Eagle River kids. They are Alaska strong. They are resilient, and they are winners. And we are so very proud of them. I want to thank all the parents, the volunteers, the coaches, the brothers and sisters, who are all part of the Little League family. Throughout the community, volunteers help us grow generations of leaders and Americans who know the value of working hard together as a team, striving to be their best, getting rewarded for hard work and achievement. And now I also want everybody to know, the kids, toughest lesson of all, that life sometimes just isn't fair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm very sorry to hear that as a longtime coach, manager, and volunteer in Little League District 1 baseball for over 20 years. That's a tragedy. I am actually the liaison to the Alaska Municipal League and have been for several years. I'm serving as the president of the board of directors of the Alaska Municipal League this year, and I was in Fairbanks last week, as was our mayor and city manager, and it was in a very eventful week. The Conference of Young Alaskans was there. It was great to see 30-some young Alaskans talking about their hopes and dreams for the future of our state. And it was a great week. It was great to be able to get back together in person. It was the first time in a year and a half that the Municipal League was able to hold a conference in person. And actually, I hadn't been to Fairbanks in about 10 years, so it's good to see old friends as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So during my report at the last meeting, I talked about a possible municipal audit committee meeting in mid-August to review the CAFR, or the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. Like most years, it looks like the CAFR is going to be slightly delayed to allow for one additional single audit to be completed regarding FEMA reimbursement. The new target date is late August, so hopefully by the time of our next meeting, I'll be able to report that we've received the CAFR and have a municipal audit committee meeting scheduled to review the findings. I'd also like to report on my appointment as a member and assembly liaison to the Poverty and Opportunity Task Force. This task force was formed by the Alaska State Legislature through House Resolution 8 and under the leadership of Representative Garen Tarr. The goal of this task force is, simply put, to examine intergenerational poverty and to submit policy recommendations to the governor and legislature by the end of 2022 to address this issue. The first meeting of the task force is tomorrow, and I look forward to reporting back on this work to the body and the public. Last, I'd like to briefly mention the new bus route coming online in 41 days, the new bus route 85. This route will bring service to Old Seward, 36th Avenue, including the Lusac Library, and parts of Spenard. I'm more than happy to keep counting down the days until this route is official on September 20th. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to announce that tomorrow at 11 a.m. In room 155 of City Hall, we will have the Public Safety Committee meeting. I just wanted to note that we have several updates on the body cam policy progress, both from APD and from our Department of Law. And just another high point, too, would be just an update on our mobile crisis team. So looks like a pretty full agenda, but we will hopefully move through it as quickly as possible. And we also have on the agenda, the Anchorage Downtown Partnership is going to give us a little bit of an update on what they have determined are some of the public safety concerns in the downtown area. So my co-chair, Mr. Perez-Verdia, may want to add to that, but that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Vice Chair?
Thank you. On Thursday, August 19th at 11 a.m., the Enterprise Utility Oversight Committee will be meeting with two items currently on the agenda. One is to meet with Ms. Colby Hickle, appointed by the mayor as Enterprise Service Director, and a discussion with AWWU about a King Street construction project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next meeting of the Assembly's Committee on Housing and Homelessness will be Wednesday, August 18th from 11 to 12:30 here in Chambers. The agenda is still being set. And then on AMAT's Policy Committee, two items to report. Currently, the scoring criteria is out for a 60-day public comment period, as well as AMAT's has just published its latest update to its newsletter. So both, if you're interested in transportation, are worth taking a look at. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee will be Thursday, August 19th in City Hall, room 155, from noon until 1. We will continue our discussion about the 2021 budget and about the ongoing the early stages as we build the 2022 budget. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Nothing to report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you. Just a note, we had a meeting of the Assembly Health Policy Committee on August 4th. At that meeting, we received COVID-19 updates from the Health Department and also had updates from the Anchorage School District on their plan for COVID-19 mitigation in the upcoming school year. I want to particularly thank members of the Anchorage School District senior team Margot Bellamy for participating in that meeting and for sharing the information. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. It's after 5:30, so we're going to go ahead and appearance requests. We initially had three, Mr. Darden, please remove your items. We are not doing initial audience participation yet. Please stand back. Thank you. We initially had 3 individuals who signed up for appearance requests. 2 have withdrawn. However, Diane Holmes, are you here? We have you. If you would come up. And then please go ahead and state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes. Welcome. Okay. Oh, could Ms. Holmes, would you make sure it's turned on? We can't hear you. The light needs to just press the button.
Thank you. I'm Diane Holmes, and this year's been harder for some of us than others, and little things have compounded to become the last straw. For me, it was the Muni website. I am beyond frustrated at the lack of logic and understanding by those involved as to what councils and super users like me need. I've wasted many hours unnecessarily. Now, while I address those in fixing the site, and it has partially been fixed, please bring up the main Muni website exercise for you. To the administration, I want to know the following. What details were written into the contract for the revision? Who actually did it? How much did it cost? Even in-house work has a cost. What staff, councils, and public were involved in the revision and beta testing? And similarly, who is providing input for this ongoing second revision? Councils and super users must be included. One annoying example that thankfully has been removed was the center column of tweets. Time doesn't allow for details, but I found incorrect grammar, overly wordy explanations, poor formatting, and calendars that didn't even start with the same day of the week. Now, Assembly, please indulge me, because this is an example of what the public has to do to find certain data. John, can you find the 100 grid maps for your house? Jamie, what's the phone number for People Mover? Pete, where are the agenda and documents for our recent PZC meeting? I'm serious, do this. Felix, find past minutes of the plotting board and the summary of action for any case. Crystal, click on meetings and events on the main page and click on plotting board. What do you find or don't find? Suzanne, find your individual assembly email address. Christopher, find today's agenda. No cheating. Meg, find contact names from Public Works. Forrest, find the interlibrary loan section of the libraries if you were going to make a request. Austin, find the form for appearance requests. And Cameron, find PZC actions older than 60 days. And while you're looking, I still have 30 seconds left. You will find that you can't find most of these things quickly. If you can, I'll take you to lunch if you do it before I have to go off. And by the way, the planning department has a lot of mistakes, including exactly what the 2040 land use plan really is. It's not a replacement for the 2020. Has anyone found anything? I have 5 seconds. You find your answers? Let's correct what needs to be corrected.
Thank you, Ms. Holmes.
Madam Chair, I actually have a question for her.
She's got a question for you, ma'am.
Mr. Darden, please sit down, step back from the podium, and refrain from any outbursts. This is a warning. Step back, please. So we've got, actually, I see Ms. Zelatel in the queue, and I apologize. and then we'll go to Ms. Allard afterwards.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for raising very concrete examples. The Public Works telephone number is not on the Public Works page, so something that can easily be rectified, I hope, and we can check for all departments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alatel. Hold on, Ms. Holmes. Ms. Allard?
Thank you very much for bringing that to our attention. I have one question, and then I'll just kind of follow up with a little bit of a statement. Were you aware of the, obviously you were, the assembly page that was online that we had set up before Mayor Bronson took over?
Oh, the assembly page that what?
Online, where we could find and we had access to everything, all the stuff you're referring to. Were you aware of what that page looked like? No. So I guess I'll just follow up with the statement that I believe it was 4 days prior, and if the administration wants to correct me, they can, but that page was completely taken off. Everything was changed 4 days before our mayor signed in, or swore his oath. So I would like to give the mayor and his administration a little bit of leeway, because I can't find stuff before. It took me a while to get used to it, and then all of a sudden, 4 days before he was sworn in, it was gone. And then I had no idea where anything was. But thank you so much for your testimony, and I'm sure the administration will address them.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you, Ms. Holmes. So now we're moving on to initial audience participation. For this initial audience participation, I'd like to prioritize time for members of the public who would like to speak on a consent agenda item, those who cannot stay until the second audience participation at the end of the meeting, and those who would have difficulty staying for a public hearing item already on the agenda due to childcare or travel issues.
Pastor Marbury is here.
Okay. As a reminder, if you choose to speak now on a public hearing item already on the agenda, you may not speak again when we open the public hearing on the item. Also, if you choose to speak now, you cannot speak again during the final audience participation. For audience participation, please direct your comments to the assembly or the chair. You will have 3 minutes to speak, and personal attacks are not appropriate. In addition, audience members are asked to avoid clapping or other disruptions during audience participation. Last, during audience participation, assembly members generally do not answer questions or respond to comments. We may talk to you offline during a break or after the meeting to address any questions you have. I will, as chair, work to maintain decorum at this meeting and ask for your assistance. And I'll just note that, I had stated we had 3 appearance requests: Diane Holmes, John Fraser, and Victor Marbury, and Mr. Fraser and Mr. Marbury had withdrew their requests. So we'll go ahead now and begin with you, Mr. Darden.
Dustin Darden. First of all, I'd like to state that you have committed a crime this day by unlawfully removing Niall Williams from this chamber. I witnessed him Facebook Live. You can check it out on my page, Dustin Darden. Facebook Live. He was standing here praying in the name of Jesus Christ for your soul. And you guys kicked him out. And I got it all on camera. And Bashu, APD officer Bashu and Carpenter are tyrants. And APD needs to fire them and throw them in jail in Jesus' name. Furthermore, you are all guilty. Mr. Niall Sherwood Williams this day charged every single one of you on this podium for crimes against humanity, conspiracy against rights, interference with constitutional rights. There are children going to boys and girls clubs being injected with bioweapons that are terroristic in nature, and they're being given $50. Go to my Facebook page and see it. I did a video of it. And you sit here and laugh and scoff and mock because you think that Big Pfizer and Big Pharmaceutical is a higher name than Jesus Christ. But know this day, you will be held accountable for every action by Almighty God. And I guarantee you that forever is a lot longer than anything you think, anything they can stuff in your pocket, any threat or any blackmail they bring against you. Almighty God, His hand will rain down, and you all will be held accountable, whether you're complicit or you're a blatant tyrant. If you say nothing, it's just as bad as not doing anything when you have the power. Kids are getting injected. You're putting kids in school, in Anchorage School District, so that Tom Roth, an executive, military, German-trained soldier, can make the place not a place of education, but of cleaning, and of testing, and of injecting? And you think that God Almighty is going to stand? You think on the day of judgment, He's not going to tell you what you have done? I tell you this day, I implore you, I pray for you to repent from your wickedness and turn to Jesus Christ. And I pray for a man or woman in any law enforcement, APD, state troopers, National Guard, that the Holy Spirit is burning in your heart like a fire, and you see what's going on in this land, and that you bring justice to every crime that Niall Sherwood Williams brought against you this day, and you, Christopher Constant, had him removed. You will be held accountable in Jesus' name. Burn in the hearts of men and women. Burn for justice. I declare this day, Anchorage, Alaska will be set free from this bioweapon injection, and we will be a blueprint for the state and the nation abroad. Give me a question.
Thank you, Mr. Darden. Okay, next person, please. Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
Is this on?
It's on.
My name's Larry Yingling, and I'm here to talk about economic development. And what I'm here to talk about is there's a antitrust code, section 45.50.562 to 596, if you're even getting this. AS 18.56.210, AS 18.56.093, and 18.56.095, and AS 44.47.360 to 44.47.560. I know it's a lot. But the above antitrust code section and other Alaska statutes expose an unknown loophole where state fund managers, other state entities, and Alaska state affiliates can benchmark the idea presented in good faith from an innovator with the idea to benefit the city or state economically. Now, what happened to me is, for instance, I went to the 49th State Angel Fund, and I asked them, do you sign non-disclosure agreements? They said no. And I gave them my entire plan about 2 years ago. A man by the name of Joe Morrison, and I spoke to Aaron Becca. And the man walked off of my plan, and I found out what it was is he can benchmark my plan, and I started seeing my ideas sprouting up around Anchorage. And I looked into it more. I wanted to see what's going on. And it turns out everybody from Mayor Berkowitz to Begich are all in this fund together. And they fund restaurants, even like the 49th State Brewery. And people like myself, who are young risk takers, about to risk it all for economic development, and put everything out into it, all their equity, all their credit, all their collateral, all their cash, we don't know this. And I learned the hard way. And he's come to the stop of this, because I am going back into it again. I'm a young gunslinger, I'm a risk taker, I want to make money. It's more of a spiritual quest, because I want to see what it feels like to have a lot of money and help the community. And what I'm asking is for these statutes to be looked at and revised, and ask these fund managers to sign a non-disclosure agreement so they can't walk off with an entrepreneur's idea. Because there are places in town called opportunity zones where people who are homeless or need a place to live can live if we can build there. It's federal. I'm not sure it's federal, but it's called opportunity zones, and you can build housing there, cheap housing for people who need it. And you want to find housing, it's there. And I'll be glad to talk to you guys. I went to Alaska Pacific University. I wrote my final thesis on building this city up, and it was stolen. And I'm going to run with it, but I think there should be some sort of iron fist come down these fund managers for not signing non-disclosure agreements, because it's an inside, it's really inside, and that's why it's really good to see a brand new face like Mayor Bronson, because it just got too far. So I like to see something new.
Thank you, sir. We do have, would you come back, please? We do. Oh, sorry about that. We have Mr. Constant and then Ms. Allard in the queue.
Thanks. What an exciting beginning of a meeting, huh? You got here before it all started. I'm hoping you'll email all of those state law references that you read into the record to us. It's pretty hard to catch all that, and it seems like you had a lot in there.
I'm going all in again. I can't have any more risk. I have the ability to build something like McDonald's. I'm starting with building a sausage business. And I keep going. That's how to build this community. Put food on people's tables, help people. There's brand new ways of financing that no one even knows about. An individual like me bringing it to the table, I'm not willing to give it away. Somebody walk away with it. I mean, they don't even know the financing. So there's plenty out there, and I'm telling you, I have the ability to build this city up.
So please email those state law references you made.
I will.
Thank you.
Ms. Allard?
Yeah,
Wait.
I'm just reiterating, thank you. I just wanted to reiterate what Mr. Constant said, and if you can go ahead and send us your email, or send us an email with your information, that would be great. Thank you. Yeah, that's
Thank
it.
you, Ms. Allard. And Mr. Turner over here has business cards with the email address,
Yes, ma'am.
just in case you can't find it online.
I love talk to you. I'll even give you my plan out of good faith, what I had. You can just look at it, and it'll help people. It will. It'll put food on tables.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
And before we move on, I just want to note for folks that walking around while people are talking is creating an actual disturbance. Actual disturbances are not permitted here. Please keep that in mind. Welcome.
Hi. My name is Yara Silvers. I'm on the board of the Scenic Foothills Community Council, but I speak for myself. I heard a number last week that was interesting. The number was spoken by Robert Marbut, who was, I believe, brought in to consult for the Bronson administration, and the claim was that San Antonio was able to reduce on-the-street homelessness by 85%, using a system which Marbut sometimes refers to as housing forth. Of course, you can say anything you want with statistics if you set the parameters right, so before getting excited, I looked into it more. It turns out that this number is referring to on-the-street or visible homelessness in the 20 square block area of the downtown central business district of San Antonio. If you broaden your lens a little and look at San Antonio as a whole, the results were much more mediocre, and especially so considering that it cost $100 million to build their mass navigation complex and another $20 million per year to run it. In fact, looking at the numbers for the whole of San Antonio, I would argue that they essentially moved homelessness. In a 10-year period, despite massive expenditures, San Antonio was only able to lower homelessness by 9%, while at the same time raising unsheltered homelessness by 8% and family homelessness by 12%, which over the past few years includes more than 500 homeless children. Now let's compare that to Houston, which by the same metrics reduced homelessness by 55% in the same time frame and was able to save $70 million per year on chronic homelessness while doing so. Another program that Marbut was heavily involved in, Pinellas County, boasts a population of over 700 homeless individuals jailed for petty crimes at the cost to taxpayers of over $100 a day. By this measure alone, Pinellas County's Housing Forth homeless program has failed both the most vulnerable in the homeless population and the community as a whole. If your goal is to reduce visible homelessness in specific areas of town and spend a ton of money doing so without actually solving the core issues for most of the homeless population, the San Antonio Pinellas County model is fine. But if you actually want to solve homelessness and encourage self-sufficiency for a large share of the homeless population, keep looking at Houston and at the proven tax-saving and positive outcome-based results of Housing First with robust services that they utilize. And actually, looking at news reports over the last 2 years, it seems that San Antonio is also looking at Houston. After 10 years of testing out Housing Forth, they, as well as cities across the U.S., are now taking the opportunity to invest CARES funds into Housing First resources in a bid to permanently transform their homeless response systems for the better. I urge the Assembly and the administration to continue working towards a plan that includes housing and robust services that helps lift our city's homeless individuals out of homelessness and onto a path of self-sufficiency. We have the opportunity to do the right thing for our city, our taxpayers, and our homeless population if we focus on the best practice outcome-based solutions rather than ill-advised solutions born of politically infused ideology. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. So we have a hard stop here at 6, and I'm hoping to get through the 2 folks in line, and then we have one person I need to call. So welcome.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Gray. I'm on the Campbell Park Community Council, but I speak for myself, and I'd like to speak about two issues really quick. Number one, what the previous testifier mentioned, Robert Marbut, consultant for the Bronson administration on homeless issues, has promoted an alternative to Housing First called Housing Fourth. The model used in San Antonio, and over a 10-year period lowered homelessness there by 9%. During that same period, Houston, Texas employed Housing First and lowered homelessness by 54% and saved the city an estimated $70 million a year. So basically just restating what she said, I think Anchorage should follow Houston's model, Housing First. We'll get better results for the homeless and we'll save taxpayer money. The second issue I'd like to discuss is that I'm a parent of an 8-year-old who attends public school in Anchorage. Last year was a very big struggle. He goes to Rilke-Schule, the German immersion school, and neither me nor my spouse speaks German. So virtual school was a disaster. Imagine trying to get a first grader to stay engaged with the teacher on the screen when you have no idea what the teacher's saying. We cannot afford any more time away from in-person school. With the rise of the COVID-19 Delta variant and the inability to vaccinate our younger kids, the only way to limit the spread of COVID and ensure continuous in-person learning is the mask mandate that the school district has imposed. I support that mandate, and I ask that the mayor and his administration reconsider their opposition to masking. I'll just say one more thing since I have a little bit left. I work in a clinic where I'm exposed to people who test positive for COVID pretty regularly. So I just want people to know that like when I wear a mask, I'm not afraid of getting anything from you. It's that I know that even as a vaccinated person that I can give you COVID, and I don't want to do that. And so that's why I'm wearing the mask. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Jeff Landfield. I run a news website called the Alaska Landmine, and I'm a former president of Taco Campbell Community Council. And I wanted to talk for a few minutes about public access in our city. Probably some of you have read, we've done a series of articles over the past several years about public access, probably most notably Campbell Lake, but also an area called the Stewart Trail, which is located in the Chugach in the hillside. In both instances, the city, in response to the Campbell Lake article, the city came out and asserted that it was in fact a public lake, along with the state of Alaska. And the issue has persisted, and the city has done nothing to defend the access, along with the state. In fact, there's been fencing that's been gone up, people have been harassed, there's been the police called, and people are deterred from using a public lake, which the city has said is public and the state has said is public. But I want to talk more about the Stewart Trail, which has been a historic trail in Anchorage since the 1960s. And this guy right over here, he bought the land in 2012 and erected a large metal gate that's kind of reminiscent of something you would see in East Germany when the Stasi was around. And the city told him 3 times in separate letters to take down the gate, that it was a prescriptive public use trail, and he never did that. And there's a lawsuit right now from a group called the Friends of the Stewart Trail, which are homeowners in the area who have been deterred from using the trail, approached by Mr. Pugh sometimes with a gun on his hip, and the city's done nothing to defend the public access there in a situation where they've stated that in fact it is a prescriptive use easement. So last week I was there after Mr. Pugh contacted you guys and the mayor and said he was mad we weren't arrested, along with Mr. Constant and Mr. Birch, who has passed away. And we went on a hike back there, and he called the police again, and the police came to my house looking for me to, I guess, arrest me, which they didn't. They also contacted my friend Mr. Welber and another guy, Mr. Ross Johnston, who was not with us. And to date, we have not been arrested. But I'm just a little confused about why the city asserts and defends public access, or asserts public access in situations where, in places where they've said it's public, like Campbell Lake or the Stewart Trail, but then does nothing to assert it, and then lets people use the police to intimidate people or intimidate residents that are in those areas. And I want to say this isn't a partisan issue. When it came to John Sturgeon, who was in a pretty famous case that went to the U.S. Supreme Court twice over public access and navigable waterways, the state defended him. But I guess maybe sometimes if it's against the federal government, it's a little easier to defend them than if it's private, landowners who are using public spaces for their own benefit. So that's all I had. And I would encourage the new administration to defend public access because this is not a partisan issue. It affects all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Landfill. I have Ms. Allard in the queue for you.
You're welcome. So my question to you is, has the administration approached you or talked to you about the situation at hand right now?
No, we contacted them and we asked if we were going to be arrested because the police told us that the matter was being forwarded to the municipal prosecutor.
So did the police approached you?
They came to my house. I wasn't home, and my roommate called me and said the police were looking for me.
Okay. Do you think that the police are wrong for coming and addressing this issue with you?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
The city has said it's a public trail.
So if it gets referred to as a legal matter, I mean, that gives you guys the ability to defend yourselves, right?
Well, I've not been arrested or cited, but the lawsuit about the trail has been brought forward by citizens because the city refused to act under the previous administration.
Previous administration? Oh, okay. Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mayor Bronson?
Ms. Landfill, thank you very much. We are, that absorbed a lot of conversation today, first thing this morning about that. You're not going to be prosecuted by the municipal attorney's office. As to the issue of both Campbell Lake and in the Stewart Homestead Trail, we're going to wait on the Stewart Homestead Trail. We're going to wait until the lawsuit is settled before we make a decision on that because municipal attorney says that's the best path forward. He can comment more on that if you'd like. As to the issue of Campbell Lake, there's other implications there because that's a floatplain lake, and so the FAA has some things to say about that, not unlike they do with Lake Hood. You can't just go paddling around on Lake Hood either, because when someone's coming back and they need a place to land, and that's a designated floatplain lake. So it's a little bit more complicated, but trust me, we're working on that, and we do support the notion of public access. It's just how that works out, it's always in the details. Thanks.
Thank you. If I could just say something.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson. Go ahead, Mr. Landfill.
And I agree. The lake at the airport is a designated float base by the FAA, but Campbell Lake, as well as hundreds of other lakes across the state, are used as for float planes and coexisting with recreational boat. But Lake Hood is a designated float plane base, whereas Campbell Lake and many other dozens or hundreds of lakes around the state are not. They're used for that, but they aren't designated by the FAA.
Thank you, Mr. Landfill. We've got Mr. Constant in the queue.
Thanks, and I'm glad to hear the administration is going to look real closely there. And all the time you've spent on Campbell Lake, did you notice if the residents there assertively use the lake with boats and kayaks and canoes while their own planes are flying around?
All the time. Jet skis, boats.
Right. So essentially, whether or not float planes are used or there's some special designation, the folks who live there have demonstrated the fact that there is an ability to use that lake without general conflict. Yeah.
That's true.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Mr. Landfill. At this point, I would ask the body for a motion to suspend our rules so that we could call one person who signed up for initial audience participation since we are at 6 o'clock or past 6 o'clock.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any opposition? Seeing none, Mr. Turner, would you go ahead and call Ms. Sarah Catherine Bryan, please?
Hello, this is Sarah Catherine Bryan.
Hi, Ms. Bryan. This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for initial audience participation. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm watching the uni meeting right now, and Jeff Landfill is participating. Should I be prepared to speak shortly?
You're live. Go ahead. The stream is slightly delayed.
Oh, I'm so sorry. All right, my name's Sarah Catherine Bryan. I appreciate the Assembly's time and patience with my delayed internet. I wanted to speak to the Scenic Foothills Community Council resolution, and just go through point by point with things that struck me as particularly helpful, particularly the resolution's support of a series of smaller shelters with limited capacity of, I think, maximum of 175 individuals to assure the safety of shelter clients, and that efforts be made to immediately house those that are able to be housed, that a plan be established for transporting shelter residents to treatment centers, and most importantly, that the mayoral administration continue to seek the advice of subject matter experts and individuals with lived experience in regards to housing and homelessness. I really wanted to emphasize this final point in the Scenic Foothills Community Council resolution. And I'd also like to mention that I live in more like West Anchorage. But I think it's particularly important because local journalists and community members have reported that the current mayoral administration has consulted with Robert Marbut, whose tenure at the United States Interagency Council on Homelessness was characterized by his rejection of evidence-based best practices and endorsement of, frankly, dehumanizing and ineffective methods of addressing homelessness. Mr. Marbut explicitly rejects housing first, which is a proven strategy for getting people into safe housing. He expects people to overcome incredible adversity while unhoused, which I don't think is the mindset of someone who's focused on problem solving or using local resources to help people. I really think that this body, as well as the mayoral administration, is doing amazing efforts to reach out to local stakeholders to try to find something that is humane and that works for all community members. And I was frankly shocked that Mr. Marbut was consulted. His tenure as the Trump administration's homelessness czar was just, it really showed his character, and it's really not what our city needs.
Thank you, Ms. Bryan. Your 3 minutes are up, and thank you very much for your participation tonight.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good evening.
You too. Bye. Okay, we are now back to addendum to the agenda. Before we get to the addendum, we'll address any laid on the table items. We have 3 and 2 for sure supplemental. I will read those into the record, and then we'll address the third one. So the first is laid on the table item 10D15.A, number AM 522-2021A, subject change order number 1 to contract 202-000-2760 with the Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities for matching funds for the Downtown Trail Connection Project for the Municipality of Anchorage Parks and Recreation Department, $144,480. And again, that's supplemental, so it doesn't require a vote. Our second supplemental item, laid on the table item 10D16A, AM 523-2021A, sole source contract with the Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities for matching funds for the Northeast Chugach Foothills Connector for the Municipality of Anchorage Parks and Recreation Department, $765,637. Our third item is a map. It accompanies AM 512-2021. That is item 10.C.1. I believe this may also be supplemental. Ms. Jones, would you be able to advise? Yes. Okay, we'll consider it supplemental to 10.c.1, and that item is now laid on the table. It's a project map, Linden Drive Area Reclamation, 21.04. And we do not have any other laid on the table items. Mr. Vice Chair, could I get a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and laid on the table items?
Yes, I move to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and all laid on the table items.
Second.
Asking for unanimous consent, is there any objection? Seeing no objection, the addendum as printed and distributed and laid on the table items have been incorporated into tonight's agenda. Okay, we are now on the consent agenda. Consent agenda items numbered 10.A through 10.F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. So I'm going to go down the dais and ask each member if they would like to pull any items, and we will start with Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Dunbar?
I guess as a question, Madam Chair, is the plan of leadership to pull item 10D7 for the gentleman that has resigned?
Yes, there is a plan to pull that item. I believe the Vice Chair will be pulling that item.
Then I have no additional items. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 10A2.
10A2. Mr. Vice Chair?
I got a list. 10A1, 10B2, 10B3, 10C1, 10D7, 10D10, 10D13, 10D15, and 10D16.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So that's 10A1, 10B2 and 3, 10C1, 10D as in Delta, 7, 10, 13, 15, and 16.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Ms. Kennedy, any items?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would also like to pull item 10F2. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Is that all for you?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My items have been pulled. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and some of them may have already been pulled. I apologize. I would look to pull 10 Delta 6. 10, I think B3 was already pulled. 10 Delta 13. 10G3. And I want to say, I think that one's already fell in there. Okay, that's it, I believe. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, Ms. Allard, you had 10 Delta 6, and then 10 Delta 13 was already pulled, and then 10 G3. Is that correct? Or did you say you also wanted to pull 10 Delta 3?
10G3, 10 Delta 13, 10B3, and is 10G1 the same? I thought that was in there already under...
10G1 has not been pulled.
Don't need it pulled, that's fine. 10G1's off.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
so Okay, we'll go back over the list one more time at the end. Thanks. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. So I'd like to pull 10G1 and then confirm that 10 Bravo 2 was pulled.
10 Bravo 2 has been pulled.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so we have a number of items. 10 Alpha 1, 10 Alpha 2, 10 Bravo 2, 10 Bravo 3, 10 C1, 10 Delta 6, 7, 10, 13, 15, and 16, 10 Foxtrot 2, and 10 G 1 and 3. Are there any other items members would like to pull? Okay, Mr. Vice Chair, could I get a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items?
I move to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items.
Second.
Asking for unanimous consent, is there any opposition? Seeing no opposition, the motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled item passes. We will now go through our consent agenda. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F, other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. If you were here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been passed or accepted. So we'll go ahead and go through those items now that were pulled, starting with 10A1. Resolution number AR 2021-255, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Mayor Tom Fink for his service to the municipality of Anchorage and the state of Alaska. Who is reading?
Move to approve.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Kennedy.
Second.
Asking for unanimous consent, seeing no opposition. This item passes. Who is reading?
I'm reading, Madam Chair.
I'll be presenting.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Before we start, is the Fink family here? Yes. Come on down.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Mayor Tom Fink for his service to the municipality of Anchorage and the state of Alaska. Whereas Thomas August Fink was born in Peoria, Illinois on August 26, 1928, to a hardworking Catholic farming family. Grounded in faith and personal values, Tom worked his way through Bradley University and the University of Illinois Law School and married his high school sweetheart, Pat Israelson, on February 3, 1951. And whereas in May 1952, Tom and Pat's adventurous spirits led them to the young and growing community of Anchorage in the territory of Alaska, where they raised their growing family, and Tom co-owned an insurance agency for over 40 years. And whereas Tom's commitment to public service included volunteering with the JCs, Citizens for Alaska's Land, and Holy Rosary Academy, and led him to run for the Alaska State House of Representatives, where he served from 1967 to 1975 and was elected Speaker of the House in 1973. In 1982, Tom was the Republican nominee for governor of Alaska. And whereas in 1987, Tom, a longtime Spenard resident, was elected mayor of Anchorage, taking office during the height of a major economic recession in Anchorage, serving 2 terms as mayor with a self-deprecating sense of humor and often speaking his mind in blunt language. And whereas during his service as mayor, Tom did not hesitate to wield his veto pen to help further his agenda and priorities as he attempted to steady Anchorage's ship of state during tough economic times, issuing 160 vetoes, more than his predecessors and successors combined. And whereas, sustained by Pat, his beloved life partner and travel companion extraordinaire of over 70 years, his 11 children, 17 grandchildren, 9 great-grandchildren, numerous friends, and his strong Catholic faith, Thomas August Fink lived a long life that epitomized service above self and left a lasting impact on his family, friends, community, and state. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and honors Mayor Tom Fink for his dedicated service to the municipality of Anchorage and the state of Alaska, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 10th day of August, 2021.
Thank you so much. It's quite an honor, and I thank you so much. My family, some are here, there's still more. But they thank you too, and my Tom thanks you. Thank you all.
Thank you all for being here.
Could I tell a story, like a 1 second, 5, 10?
Oh, yes.
I'm his daughter. Anyway, my name's Ann, and I just wanted to say that many people thought of my dad as, they had different opinions about him, but I will say there was a time he told me he was home late at night, like 10-ish, no, I don't know what time is late, and he gets a phone call from a very irate citizen because he was at the bus stop and the bus did not come. So my dad said, "Where are you?" And he went and picked him up and he took him home. So I think people should know that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have before us item 10A2, resolution number AR 2021-258, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Naiche Andrew, Logan Earhart, Stellan Johnson, and Javen Kalfbus as local youth heroes. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Asking for unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, resolution number AR 2021-258 passes. Who is reading and who's presenting?
I'll be reading. Are you here? Oh, come on down, please. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Naiche Andrew, Logan Earhart, Stellan Johnson, and Javen Kalfbus as local youth heroes. Whereas, investment in our youth and their futures is a critical component of building communities that are positive, healthy places to live. And whereas studies show youth who are engaged in community service tend to do better in school, avoid risky behaviors, and maintain positive relationships with adults and peers. Whereas the Alaska Communications Summer of Heroes program partners with Boys and Girls Club of Alaska to promote awareness and support for youth education and development programs throughout the state, which are critical to helping children succeed in life. And whereas 4 Anchorage youth, Naiche Andrew, Logan Earhart, Stellan Johnson, and Javen Kalfbus, were named youth heroes through the Summer of Heroes program for their volunteer work to support our community. And whereas these youth are doing heroic acts such as improving their schools, climates, and connections, finding their voice for others and honoring their culture, and even learning new skills specifically to support those in need. And whereas the leadership and support provided by these youth are making a positive difference among their peer groups, in their neighborhoods, and throughout the broader community. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes these young heroes and celebrates their ongoing commitment to bettering our community. Although these youth didn't ask for recognition of their work, the Assembly is honored to put a spotlight on their remarkable efforts. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 10th day of August, 2021.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Heather Marone with Alaska Communications. Thank you for having us. For more than a decade, we've recognized youth heroes who are doing good things for our community. Joining me today are Nishay Andrew, Javen Kalfbus, Logan Earhart, and Stellan Johnson. These four were recently named Youth Heroes in the Summer of Heroes program, which is a partnership with Boys and Girls Club of Alaska and recognizes youth who do good things across our state. They joined 3 others from Wrangell, Sitka, and Soldotna as part of our 2021 Youth Heroes. If you'll indulge me for a moment, I'd like to tell you a little bit about each of these 4 amazing youth. Nishay is finding her voice and honoring her culture. You may recognize her. She helped change school district policy to allow for Native regalia to be worn during graduation ceremonies. Javen taught himself how to cut hair, and he gave free haircuts to the youth and adults at the Boys and Girls Club clubhouse in East Anchorage to boost their confidence. Logan spent the year improving his school climate and connections between teachers and students, which was challenging during the pandemic. Stellan volunteers for a variety of community activities, all behind the scenes, never looking for credit. We're excited to honor these youth for their work because we know it's making Anchorage a better place. We'd also like to thank Boys and Girls Clubs Alaska CEO Alana Humphrey, who is with us today. She has been an excellent partner in our community and has supported countless youth over her 20-year career. At the end of this year, she'll be retiring, and we wish her all the best in her future endeavors. In closing, I'd like to really thank you very much for having us tonight. This has been an honor, and I'd like to turn the microphone over to Nishay for just a few moments. She's going to say a few words.
Waka, Skavak Sivalukti Unga. My name is Skavak Sivalukti, and my English name is Nishay Time Andrew. My grandfather is John Anthony Andrew from Bethel, and my grandmother was Janet Hubbard Wallach from Shishmaref. My parents are Jacqueline Dawn Morris, Tigran Anthony Andrew, and Maynard Clay Morris Jr. Today, we are celebrating community service, and upon reflection about what community service means to me, I determined that it comes down to love. Love given from your family and friends, love from your mentors, love from your peers, and the love that you have for community. I can say wholeheartedly that the work I have been able to do was done out of love. And as I am given this unique opportunity to stand in front of you all today, I hope that your motive is also love of community. Quiana, thank you Alaska Communications for selecting us as Summer of Heroes scholarship recipients. With these generous funds, I will be supported in attending Yale University to study political science and enrich my skills to build upon this labor of love. Quiana.
Thank you. We do have a member in the queue, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and congratulations to all of you for all of the amazing things that you've done in our community, and our community is definitely looking forward to all of your future contributions. If there's anything that you've proven is that you can do great things at any age, and it's actually a perfect opportunity to plug that we have an empty seat on the dais. It's actually right over here next to Mr. Perez Verdia for a youth representative to the Assembly. And I don't know your ages, but I'm going to assume that you're between the age of 16 and 21. So I'm going to assume that all of you can probably apply for that seat. This position has been vacant for a while due to COVID, but I'm hoping that we'll be able to find someone willing to serve as the school year ramps up. So any of y'all can apply through the Youth Advisory Commission website. We've been talking about our website a lot. I would just Google Youth Advisory Commission Anchorage, and that's probably the easiest way to get there. You'll find a link to the commission and the application. There are also a variety of openings on the Youth Advisory Commission, so please take a look. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Can I add, Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
And tell your friends.
Thank you, and congratulations. Next, we have before us item 10B2. Resolution number AR 2021-260, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving the renewals of municipal marijuana licenses for cultivation establishments, Secret Garden Cannabis, number M12770, retail establishments, Secret Garden Cannabis, number M12768, manufacturing establishments, Secret Garden Cannabis, number M12769.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Chair, you pulled this item.
I move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Weddleton.
Yeah, I'd like to move Weddleton amendment. Weddleton amendment.
Second.
Sorry, it's one of all of them. This just cleans it up a little bit. It doesn't really change the impact of it. It's just we had retail, manufacturing, and cultivation, and included under each of those was a presentation on an upcoming renewal of, a request for expansion of the cultivation, and it just was irrelevant to the other sections, and this just clarifies that.
Any discussion on the amendment? Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I see the owner of the shop here. Mr. Welton, did you work with the owner of the shop on this amendment?
No, it was really just an error at kind of in the publication of the item on our agenda. It doesn't change anything.
Okay.
It doesn't change anything for them.
Just want to make sure. Leap towards the microphone if you, okay. Just kidding. Thank you, Mr. Welton.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Weddleton amendment, floor amendment to AR 2021-260. The amendment passes 11-0. We now have AR 2021-260 before us. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote. AR 2021-260 passes 11-0. We now have before us item 10B3, resolution number AR 2021-262, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly adding an equity pillar to the Assembly's priorities and recommitting the municipality of Anchorage to the goals of welcoming America. Mr. Vice Chair, you pulled this item?
Thank you. First, I move to approve.
Second.
And then, Madam Chair, I would move to postpone this item to the meeting of August 24th so we can have it either at the Rules Committee or a work session.
Second.
Is there any discussion on the motion to postpone this to the meeting of August 24th? Seeing no one in the queue, members may proceed to vote to postpone resolution number AR 2021-262 to the meeting of August 24th. Okay, the motion to postpone this item to August 24th passes 10-1. We now have before us item 10C1, Assembly Memorandum number AM 512-2021, recommendation of award to Mass Excavation, Inc. for Linden Drive area reclamation.
Waive reading.
Thank you. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Mr. Vice Chair?
Thank you. I had moved to pull this off the agenda before we'd added the map, but then we got the map added, so there's no action necessary other than to approve this item, so I ask for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on AM 512-2021.
He's voted.
This motion passes 11-0. We now have before us item 10D6. Actually, before we move on to this section, since it concerns executive appointments, apologies for the paper shuffling. Before we address any items in this section, I want to call attention to Charter Section 5.02, Powers of the Mayor, which states the mayor shall appoint all heads of municipal departments subject to confirmation by the Assembly on the basis of professional qualifications. Members are urged to keep in mind that as we consider the motions before us, we want to be careful concerning the reputations of nominees. Questions should be limited to education and work experience. Please be aware of any sensitive personnel issues that may not be legally permissible for discussion in a public forum. If members have relevant questions concerning personal characteristics or habits, we can consult with legal counsel to consider holding a special meeting and executive session on a later date, or offering the nominee the option to waive the executive session. So we now have before us item 10D6, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 497-2021, Executive Appointment, Confirmation Hearing, Christina Hendrickson, Director of Real Estate. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Ms. Allard, you pulled this item?
I did. Is Ms. Hendrickson here tonight? Ms. Hendrickson, I list the questions that were sent to me to address to you, and I forward those questions to you. But I've read the questions thoroughly, and I only have actually one question, and by the way, I support your nomination, so thank you for being here tonight. Do you believe in any way, because you do own some property down in Girdwood, do you have any conflicts at all that you might want to let us know, or how do you believe you will handle any of those conflicts, please?
Through the chair, I would handle those conflicts going through the ethics office. I have done so before when I was a member of the Girdwood Board of Supervisors and have gone through each of the process to ensure that my application and that my duties were adhered to and were as transparent as possible to ensure that there was no conflict of interest nor any perceived conflict of interest.
Thank you. Madam Chair, may I just make a quick statement? Your qualifications are outstanding. You also have a lot of military background, and I appreciate that. And I believe Mayor Bronson did a wonderful job. And I'd like to say, this is interesting to me, but you actually helped out Assemblymember Dunbar on his campaign. Were you part of a fundraiser?
Yes, through the chair.
What I want to point out is that I appreciate the administration being able to work with everybody, regardless of where we stand politically. So thank you very much. I've heard wonderful things about you.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Allard.
you.
I would caution the body and ask that folks please stay on topics directly germane to the nominee's qualifications. Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Now, I'm going to slightly deviate from that and just tell the members of the body what I asked the administration in this department in particular to contemplate. And that is, like we have our series of questions, that they create an internal process separate from the ethics board, which is very thorough and detailed, which they can do a preliminary review and have for themselves a process-oriented methodology of approaching the question of conflicts, because it's inherent in the business when you do real estate, when you're in land and development, that you know people and everyone's connected in some way in this small state. So I just want folks to know that I did in fact ask the department to contemplate coming up with an internal procedure that does that, separate from going to the ethics board and waiting for a confidential review and all of the process that entails. So, and I support your confirmation.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. And thank you, Ms. Hendrickson.
Thank you.
Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on AM 497-2021. The motion to approve AM 497-2021 passes 11-0. We now have before us item 10D7, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 507-2021, Executive Appointment, Confirmation Hearing, David Morgan, Director of Anchorage Health. Mr. Vice Chair?
This item was pulled by the mayor and, or pulled by me, but the nomination was pulled by the mayor, and so this should die for lack of being moved. Madam Chair, I would ask for a moment of privilege as we proceed.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Vice Chair, as there is no motion on the floor for item 10D7, so AM 507-2021 goes away. Go ahead, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. So during the process of the confirmation hearings, sometimes you are exposed to some of the most extraordinary stories. And we heard from Carl Reshkovitz on his personal story of what brought him to this place and time. And so first, again, I'll thank the mayor for making an exceptional appointment, and I would like to hear from Mr. Reshkovitz, please.
Thank you, Chair, Assembly members, the mayor. Thank you, Patrick, for supporting me, Veronica. I came to America to find freedom, opportunity when I was only 14 years old. My family and I didn't speak any English when we arrived, but we were determined to make a new successful life for ourselves and to pursue our dreams. Our lives were initially very hard, but we were hopeful, determined, and ready to get to work. My father, who was also my best friend, who I love very much, told me boldly and plainly, do it. Those words and that hope and that belief that a better future for ourselves was within reach inspired us and helped us to persevere through many challenges that we faced. My parents sometimes worked tirelessly 16 hours work shifts per week to ensure that we had food on our table and initially as safe as possible mattress to sleep on. I wish I could say bed, but it's mattress. For my part, at age 14, I quickly assumed the administrative responsibilities of managing our household. Later, I took on various part-time jobs to take the burden off my parents, in addition to pursuing education, which I and my parents knew would be critically important in helping me and my family succeed like generations of immigrants who preceded us. As a naturalized American citizen, I am deeply grateful for the opportunities that America has provided me with. However, I am most grateful for the opportunities that I have found here in Anchorage, Alaska. When I think of where I came from and how little my family and I had when we first set our foot on this American soil, it is still hard to believe how truly fortunate I am by standing here today. I also still can't believe that just in 2009, I stood right in front of our city hall as one day passing through tourists, not knowing that one, I will be working for the people of Anchorage, and just short 12 months later, my wife will be right here with me, supporting me on this unknown journey, that we will have twins that will be born in 2012 on Alaska soil, and 4, that now I am being considered for a director of management and budget. I know one thing for certain, that in America and in Alaska, one can succeed. Many of my dreams came true, and I'm very thankful for them every single day. Even though Alaska was not my first home, and my journey was long, I feel that I always was meant to be an Alaskan. To you, people of Anchorage, as your public servant for the last 10 years, I have proudly and without hesitation ethically served you as a field tax auditor. It has been a privilege to serve you. And on that note, most importantly, thank you, Mayor Bronson, for giving me this opportunity and identifying my potential for what I believe, to me, is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And thank you, Assembly, a legislative body of this local government, first and foremost, for your time, consideration, feedback, and future feedback. When I look back at the many directors of management and budget that held this position in the past, my goal will also be to perform these duties with dignity, respect that this position requires. If I am confirmed, I look forward in applying the experience, education, and skills that I have developed and learned in serving our municipality for the last decade to help build a better, brighter future for all of us. Thank you.
Just a quick note for the record, you were in fact confirmed. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Raskovitz, and congratulations. We are now going to move to the swearing-in portion of the meeting.
Your friends and family can come up.
Are you ready? All right, so please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I solemnly swear or affirm
I solemnly swear and affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage,
and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage,
and that I will faithfully perform
the duties of Real Estate Director
Management and budget.
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my abilities.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, now let's sign our.
Congratulations, and we will go ahead and take our regularly scheduled dinner break now for 20 minutes. Would members please take their seats? We're going to go ahead and get started here.
I should go tell them before we get started.
Before we get started, I just want to let folks know that amendments are up front here by Mr. Turner. And there was a question concerning amendments regarding item 14B, AO 2021-72, concerning taxi cab permit holders, and those are up front. So if we do run out of copies of anything, please let us know, and we'll be sure to get more out. Okay, we're going to return back to our consent agenda, starting with item 10D10, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 515-2021, Application for Transfer of Location and Controlling Interests of Beverage Dispensary Liquor License, Number 1090 for Black Angus Steakhouses. Mr. Vice Chair, you pulled this item.
Yes, I would move to approve item 10D10.
Second. Moved and seconded. Mr. Vice Chair?
I have just a brief amendment. It's in your packet. It's Constant Amendment 1, or Constant Amendment, and it strikes the section that is on the AM page 1, lines 23 to 27, that reference a special land use permit. This is, in fact, a no premises license transfer to a no premises license transfer, so there's no special land use permit that goes with it.
Second. Constant Amendment Number 1 has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing no one in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Constant Amendment Number 1 to AM 515-2021. Constant Amendment Number 1 passes 11-0. We are now back on the main AM 515-2021. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote to approve AM 515-2021. The motion to approve AM 515-2021 passes 11-0. We now have before us item 10D13. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 519-2021, a matter-specific waiver of Anchorage Municipal Code Section 1.15.130A, restrictions on employment after leaving municipal service, to William D. Falsey, Assembly Vice Chair Constant. Mr. Vice Chair, you pulled this item.
Move to approve, please.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, point of order, I'm sorry. I'd like to declare a potential conflict and have you rule on it, please. Sorry? Oh, okay.
We
Want
can
me to use
sort of
another
hear you.
mic? Yeah. Would you like me to describe, Madam Chair?
Yes, please, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you. From 2013 to 2019, I worked for Great Land Trust, which does work to establish trails, public access trails and parks. I never worked on this project specifically, but in light of Mr. Pugh's email to us where he mentioned GLT, Great Land Trust, I just wanted to disclose that I had worked there in the past.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. We will go ahead and read the questions. Ms. Quinn Davidson, I'll go ahead and go through the questions. Is the financial or private interest a substantial part of the matter under consideration?
There's no financial or private interest.
Okay. The next, and then the rest of the questions, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 pertain to financial or private interests, and there are none. The last question, are there other factors deemed appropriate by the chair under the specifics of the disclosure and the nature of the action? Is there anything else?
No, and as I said, I don't work there currently and don't stand to gain anything from this vote one way or another, but just wanted to disclose.
Thank you, Ms. Davidson. Before I rule on this, Mr. Vice Chair?
Thank you. Just a quick question. When did you leave employ with the Great Land Trust?
2019.
Right. Thank you.
It's the ruling of the chair that Ms. Quinn Davidson does not have a conflict in this matter. Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson, for speaking to this and putting it on the record.
Yes, thank you.
I believe we have a motion to approve on the floor and moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant, do you want? Oh, Mr. Whittleton is in the queue. Mr. Whittleton?
I don't mind waiting for Mr. Constant since it's his proposal and then going next. It's up to you.
Thank you. So when I was acting as chair over the last 3 weeks, this item came before me just as a request through the department. Would you carry this item? I am glad to carry this item because I'm a strong believer in ensuring public access to public lands in the municipality. And I understand there's a difference of opinion about if, in fact, this piece of land is a public piece of land. The municipal attorneys past have made rulings that it is, in fact, and I look forward to the case that is in question before us is decided by the courts, which is at this time the proper venue. I would direct you to the memo from the municipal attorney kind of describing what our path forward is tonight. I'm not going to read from it, but I just will say it's pretty clear, and I would urge your support.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton?
I don't support this. And, this is a fairly significant issue in any case. Is that trail, does it have prescriptive easement? And
Is your mic?
There it is. Oh, it went on.
I want to use one of those Darth Vader mics. Which one is that? It's a fairly significant issue, and I think Mr. Falsey had worked on it when he was with the city, so there is an appearance that it's just not quite fair, and I think we should be attuned to that. So when is it appropriate for the assembly, I mean, it's in the code, that we can waive that requirement? And we've done it, and I don't remember specifically who it was, but it was someone who had worked for MLMP, and then when we sold MLMP, now they're Chugach Electric employees, so can they, having worked at city government, MLMP, work on the same stuff at Chugach Electric? It seems pretty reasonable that they could, so we waive the requirement that they not. And my sense is that was a very clear-cut, very simple thing, and it makes sense to have this ability to waive, the person's participation in it after they leave. But this is a big deal, this trail, and Bill Falsey had worked on it as a municipal employee, and it just smacks me as unfair that he can then go and work on one side or the other on it, having left municipal employment. And effectively, he will be, I think, 3.5 months from now, hit his annual date, his year, and this court case doesn't go to court until January of 22, so it's not like he's totally precluded from having any role when they get to the real, it was likely the finish line on it. So anyway, so I urge no vote. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions, and I don't want any of this to be directed at Mr. Falsey personally, but I do have some questions about whether or not there's any liability risk in this. What happens if the defendant of this lawsuit decides to sue the Muni for waiving the potential for violating our own Muni code, especially when, I guess, the recommendation of the ethics officer was not to provide a waiver. So anyway, I don't know who might want to take that, but I do have some questions about whether or not this opens us up to any kind of liability risk in another lawsuit. Thank you.
Ms. Kennedy, is that directed at anyone in particular?
I think it would probably be best for the Muni attorney, but
thank you.
Anybody else that thinks they're qualified or has a good answer, I'm willing to listen. Thank you.
Project Burkard through the chair. Assemblymember Kennedy, I don't know that the ethics officer for the city has issued an opinion on this matter, so just to correct the record, I don't know that that's come out of our ethics office. I think that there is a general prohibition that the actions for the assembly tonight are either to make a determination and waive the prohibition or continue this matter until the next assembly meeting to take it up. But in the interim, I believe that this matter could be referred to the ethics board for a formal opinion. And I think that the ethics board does meet before the next assembly meeting. But as of today's date, I don't know that that the ethics office has reached an opinion on this.
Thank you, Mr. Berg. Any follow-up, Ms. Kennedy?
Yes, please. And I'm trying to look here and see where I read that, but it seemed to me I read something that said that the municipal ethics officer disagreed with this. And I'll try to see where I read that, but if that's not true, that would be important information too. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. And apologies, if I may just jump in, there is that paragraph in the email, 1, 2, 3, 4, fourth paragraph, where it says the municipal ethics officer did not disagree. That may be what you're looking for.
Yes,
apologies to the body for jumping in, but Mr. Peterson, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I believe that if we vote this approval down, that Mr. Falsey can appeal to the Ethics Board himself. So that gives him another avenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have a question for the municipal attorney or the assembly attorney, if they're able to answer it. It has to do with sort of the enforceability of this provision and what I understood this provision to do. So I'm looking at 115.130, talking about restrictions on employment after leaving service, the general one-year rule. But in this case, and I know Mr. Falsey is here, and perhaps he could clarify as well. To me, the way it reads there, it seems like we're restricting people from having dealings with the municipality itself. But what we have in this case is two private parties, neither of which is the municipality. And so how can the municipality enforce on a private citizen that they aren't allowed to get involved in this other private conflict? And that, to me, I find a little puzzling. And it's under, and I believe in this case it's before the Superior Court, the state court, not through some kind of, administrative proceeding that would be within the municipality. So I guess I have a question on the enforceability of this provision and also sort of the specific role that Mr. Falsey would be playing. I see Ms. Demboski's in the queue too, if she's able to.
Ms. Demboski, did you want to address Mr. Dunbar's questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will have a legal follow-up because I'm not a lawyer, but through conversations about this item, what I understand is state law, when you start looking at the Ethics Act, in which municipal code is also, based on, the decision of allowing somebody to have to wait a year, you have to remember it's not just about prohibiting them work, but has the person learned materially a topic or information they would not have otherwise learned but for their role. So Mr. Falsey, for example, was municipal attorney, he was a city manager, and he was privy to information that he learned as his role. Now he's potentially taking that information, using it potentially if he's a lawyer and he's charging for these fees for his own private benefit. So that is the distinction as it was explained to me, but Mr. Burke or Ms. Ennis, I believe, is also on the line. So I'll let legal follow up, but there is a distinction to be made. Did he learn information in the role of municipal attorney or municipal manager now that he is taking with him to potentially personally benefit from?
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Mr. Burke or Ms. Ennis, would you like to address Mr. Dunbar's questions further?
Yep. Patrick Burke for the record, through the chair. Assemblymember Dunbar, as I understand it, the waiver, right, the Assembly can make a determination that there is no adverse interest to the public. And I think that's ultimately the question for the Assembly as it relates to the waiver. I think Ms. Demboski is correct. If we're looking at 115.130A, I think there is a number of determinations that need to be made. And that's whether he did have access to non-public information, whether there's an appearance of impropriety, or whether his representation would now be adverse to the public interest. But I think for purposes of the waiver, it's on the Assembly to make that determination. And if the Assembly ultimately reaches that decision tonight, I think that's the way the code reads as I see it.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
So what, for any of the attorneys present, so Ms. Demboski raised the issue of state law, and if there's state law and state ethics code that prevent this, then it doesn't matter if we grant a waiver or not, because we can't control state forms or state law. But if we don't grant the waiver, and then Mr. Falsey or anyone goes forward, what's the enforcement mechanism? I mean, do we seek an injunction? Do we fine the person? I mean, this person is no longer in the employ of municipalities. So what is our enforcement mechanism to stop private individuals from going forward? And in this case, an attorney representing a client. I mean, what's our enforcement mechanism?
Patrick Burke for the record, through the chair. If I understand, I'm sorry, Assemblymember Dunbar, I don't know that I follow. If, to the extent that the waiver is not granted tonight and Mr. Falsey were to go out and take on this representation and do work before that 1 year period ends,
Yeah.
I suspect it's referral to the Bar Association. I don't know that there's an enforcement mechanism. I mean, certainly it's not in the criminal code, but it's clearly a violation of ethics code, and I suspect something that the Alaska Bar Association would take up. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Burt. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Allard?
Excuse me, I think I got removed from the queue. I was after Forrest.
Oh,
I don't know what happened.
I'm not sure how that happened. I saw that you were in there initially, and then 2 dropped off. So I believe it was Ms. Quinn Davidson, Ms. Zelatel, and then Ms. Allard. Okay, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry for the disturbance. So 2 things, and I want to say thank you to the municipal attorney who sent around an email to us today, helping us look at the actual standards that we need to use to make this determination. And there are 2 things that stood out to me. One is an employee, this is a general 1-year rule. An employee who leaves the municipal service may not, for 1 year after leaving municipal service, represent, advise, or assist a person for compensation regarding a matter that was under consideration by the administrative unit served by the employee. So my understanding, and Mr. Falsey could come up and correct me if I'm wrong, but was that he worked on this primarily as an attorney. And he, according to this email, said that he has not served as an attorney for about 5 years because he moved into another position. So that's the first piece. And then the second piece is that the standard for the waiver is the assembly or school board may waive an application of this restriction upon determination that a proposed action by a former employee is not adverse to the public interest. I don't know how we would determine that having Mr. Falsey work to attempt to establish public access would be adverse to the public interest. That makes no sense to me. So for those reasons, I will support this because it looks like supporting it would be following the rules that were set out for us by the municipal attorney. Mr. Falsey, did you want to add anything?
Could you put your mic on?
There we go.
There.
For the record, Bill Falsey, I served as municipal attorney from 2015 to November 1st, 2017, and as municipal manager from that point to December 1st, 2020. To Assemblymember Quinn Davidson, through the chair, yes, my recollection is that my involvement in this matter was limited to my time as municipal attorney. I do not recall any part of the municipal manager's administrative unit focusing on this issue.
Okay, thank you very much. May I ask a follow-up?
Go ahead, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you. Did you receive any insider information? I guess my understanding is that this has been sort of played out in the public, right? There was a determination made by the municipality and then by the state, and you now want to represent someone that sort of relies on that public information. Am I misunderstanding that? Is there some sort of insider information that you would be bringing to this lawsuit?
Through the chair to Assemblymember Quinn Davidson, no, I did not receive any insider information. This came to us through a Craig Medred blog post initially, and then we learned about more of the specifics in conversation with one of the attorneys who's working on it now, and then further from public media reports. And in fact, if I had insider information, I would have not gone forward with this. I think some of the interests that these prohibitions are designed to serve are to prevent people from making an exit to the door quickly because they see dollar signs while they're in their executive employment, making bad decisions while they're in executive employment because they see future employment opportunities, using some kind of insider information, or just switching sides. And I don't think any of those are at play here, but ultimately it is a question entrusted to the judgment of the Assembly.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Falsey.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. And we'll go to Ms. Zelatel, who was removed from the queue, and then Ms. Allard, Mr. Weddleton, and Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll be supporting this waiver because the memorandum we received from the municipal attorney today, I think, did a really great job of not only laying out the applicable code sections, but then the analysis provided really leads to the conclusion to accept the waiver. If you look towards the end of that memorandum, it says applicant application of the code, and it asks the questions, did Mr. Falsey have access to non-public information? The answer to that is no, and just confirmed by Mr. Falsey. An appearance of impropriety, the answer is no, because there's no change in his position for private gain. And it's not, and then the conclusion is it is not adverse to the public interest. So with that thorough analysis and relying on the expertise of the municipal attorney's office, I urge you to support this waiver and the advice of municipal council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alatel. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Is Mr. Falsey, can you come back up for just a second? Thank you, sir. So one thing I would like to do is just respond to Mr. Assemblymember Dunbar. There is an avenue, and anybody in the public could make a complaint with the, the Attorney Law Association or whatever it is, if they aren't pleased with what's happened, and making with the Bar Association. So that's not something we would want the public to come out and do. But my question is, Mr. Falsey, this could give the defense to Mr. Pugh that you have tainted the case, and he can actually go on and appeal this and argue this in court. And I would just wonder if that's something that the public would want to risk instead of just waiting the 1 year mark, which I think is 1 November. So I don't know, and I would think Mr. Pugh would use that. What do you think?
Through the chair to Assemblymember Allard, I don't see that as a material risk. Obviously, anyone can argue anything in a lawsuit, but I don't see that as an argument likely to succeed.
I guess we'll have to run the gamut on it, wouldn't we?
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you, Mr. Falsey. And I understand Mr. Burke would like to be into the queue now.
Through the chair, just want to correct the record. There is going back to Assemblymember Dunbar's question, there is a fine schedule, and in the fine schedule, an ethics violation, penalty fine for shall not to exceed $5,000 for each offense. So there is an enforcement mechanism through the code. I just wanted to correct the record.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Mr. Weddleton?
Sorry about that. You know, it was interesting. We have this thing, is it in the public interest or adverse to the public interest? And so what is a public interest in this? I mean, it's fairly broad. I mean, so if one side prevails, then this trail is open to the public. Okay, so there's public interest. But on the other hand, you know, should it, I mean, these things are fairly complicated. We had essentially large property owners let people use this, you know, kind of road access to their properties for many, many years. They're kindly letting people use their private property. And now the way our laws are, you can lose control of your private property just by being kind and letting people use it. And that may be the law, doesn't mean it's fair. But this is an issue, and we see other similar situations, you know, Brewster's Road and so on. So people are watching this, and they were kind in letting people use that road, but now they're going, wait a minute, if I do that, then I'll lose access, lose my private land, and they're starting to shut things down. So this is I mean, what is the public interest in here? This whole thing is about public interest in, you know, lands and access and so on. So, I think it's wrong to say there's no impact on the public interest. This is huge to the public interest in, you know, ownership of our land, access to parkland, all kinds of issues in here. So public interest is impacted in this issue. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant?
I think that it says harm to the public interest. There is, in fact, a benefit to the public interest that this question gets resolved. And I see no harm in Mr. Falsey leading the question. I do have two questions, one for Mr. Falsey. It's brief. In any time you employ as municipal manager, did you supervise, or I shouldn't phrase it that way, in the org chart for the municipality, did you supervise the municipal attorney?
To the chair, through the chair to Assemblymember Constant, no. The municipal attorney is a direct report to the mayor.
Thank you. And next, I think that's all I wanted to make sure we had on the record. I probably regret this, but I think it would be fair to allow Mr. Pugh a couple minutes to say whatever he wants to say if he would like to say something.
Sure. I'm not an adversarial person, and we did buy this property in 2012, and since then I've worked together with my neighbors cooperatively, got to know a lot of them. In fact, I kind of joke that I know more of my neighbors than people who have lived there for 20 years because I'm out meeting them. And I continue to let people walk just as historically had been happening. Other previous landowners allowed it to walk. The issue I had back, and so I bought it in 2012, September 2012. December 2012, I moved overseas for work. And I did come back once in March 2013 for a visit, and then once again in May 2013 to move my family overseas. So we were gone for a couple years, came back, and one of my neighbors, I've only seen the place be a quiet place with a few neighbors, that I met, over time. But some of my neighbors that have been living near the gated entrance for a period of years, quite a few years, they said more recently they've had some parking issues. And what came to light actually through something Mr. Weddleton had sent to, I think it's Stephanie Murillo, traffic engineer. There's a switchback turn there, and the neighbors had requested no parking signs because they were having trouble getting any kind of enforcement for illegally parked vehicles there. And part of that switchback is to allow like emergency vehicles access up for the response for fires or whatever. And but they were told that the parking signs were put on in a place where people really didn't park. There wasn't room. And where people were parking, APD officers, as I understand, told them that they couldn't write tickets or do anything because there were no parking signs. But what came of that communication from Stephanie, or Miss Murillo, I think if I say her name correctly, is that they don't normally put no parking signs at an intersection because it's always illegal to park there. So my neighbors were actually getting a runaround. And so when they brought this issue to my attention when I came back from overseas, I tried to work with them so we could discourage people from driving from outside the neighborhood and parking like that. And one day I was out there on the property, and as I was leaving, a gentleman was walking in, and there was his vehicle was parked at this intersection. And I like so many of my neighbors, how I've met him, I put down my window. I said, "Hi, how's it going?" Blah blah blah. And I said, and he says, "Fine." I said, "Are you a neighbor?" He says, he points down the hill. He said, "Yeah, I live there." I said, "Oh, what's your name?" And so he tells me, "Sparky." Well, actually, he didn't say anything. I asked him if he, what his name was, and he kept walking. And I know I'm about right out of time. But he said, "If you're going to talk to me, you get out of your vehicle." So I got out, and I said, "Okay, what's your name?" And he says, "Sparky." I said, "Okay, Sparky," because now it's kind of it's not friendly. Give me a minute. Give me a little bit of time to finish.
Sure, go ahead and wrap up, Mr. Pugh.
So I got out, I asked his name. He said Sparky. So then at this point I said, "Okay, Sparky," and I was going to ask him, "Well, why did you go around my signs?" And he says, "Well, if you believe that, you're more stupid than you look, and I have a dog here. If I were you, I'd get back in my vehicle." So I was very disappointed that a property owner would have to deal with a person like that. It's not that I was afraid, but I had to drive a little distance to get a cell phone signal, and I called APD, 911 at the time, and I talked to the dispatcher, and she really downplayed the issue. And so at that point I said, "Well, I can't get any help from law enforcement for something like this. I'm going to have to deal with it myself." And so I enforced the gate to discourage people from coming from outside the neighborhood. But actually, people in the neighborhood have always said, "You're more than welcome. If you live here, there's other ways to go in."
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Pugh. And did you have any further questions as the sponsor, Mr. Constance?
No more questions. I just wanted to make sure that he had an opportunity to be because
Okay,
we
I
also-
appreciate it. In fact, the entrance, the other entrances were the entrance that you and had entered that time. So actually, that's not even the Stewart Trail. So, but I wish we weren't. I wish it wasn't an adversarial position, because otherwise, this is something we probably could have worked together on.
Thank you, Mr. Pugh.
I'm not
Thank
quite
you.
done.
Go ahead, Mr.
Thank
Constant.
You. I knew Oro Stewart. No, yeah, I know I'm done with Mr. Pugh, but I knew Oro Stewart. I didn't get to meet Ivan. He had passed away before I had a chance. And we actually talked about this road. And in our conversations, she said, she could never keep people out. It just wasn't possible. But what they did do was put up a fence that allowed pedestrians through, but stopped their cars, because what they found was that the damage on the land was the cars. And so that woman owned that land for decades and decades and decades. People have been using that land for a long time. And I think it's in the public interest to have an answer to this question. And Mr. Falsey is honorable in his intentions and reputation, and I believe granting this waiver is in the interests of the municipality.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. We have Mr. Burke, and then Mr. Peterson, and then Ms. Allard in the queue.
Thank you, Chair LaFrance. Through the chair, I just want to make it clear, I don't know that, while the public stands to benefit, I guess if you're looking at it in terms of the Superior Court issuing a ruling or providing an order that ultimately goes against Mr. Pugh, I don't know that that's necessarily the public interest. I think the public interest here is in seeing the land dispute resolved. And I think it's easy to confuse the term as it relates to this case, because it involves public access to lands, but I'm not necessarily sure that public interest, I think the public interest that needs to be considered is the resolution of the land dispute between two landowners or those who are attempting to access lands and those who claim that there is no access. So just to clear that up, I think the public's interest here is seeing this dispute resolved and not using any more municipal resources to either enforce or not enforce one party's interest or the other.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering if there's a court date set for this case at this point, if anyone has that information. Thank you. It's January 27th, so it's next year?
Yeah, it's January next year. I can't remember. It might be the 18th or something. I don't recall the exact date off the top of my head.
Thank you, Mr. Pugh. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. I don't see anyone else in the queue. Did anyone get inadvertently removed? Okay, I'm not sure who was next. Ms. Quinn Davidson and then Ms. Allard. Ms. Allard, are you having difficulty getting in? Did it pop you out?
No, I had to rephrase my question that I have.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Allard can go first.
Thank you.
Oh, do you want to go first, Ms. Allard? Okay. I was just going to ask Mr. Falsey or Mr. Pugh if you had the briefing schedule. Usually, if there's some sort of date set in January, there's a lot of months that lead up to that. So I guess Mr. Falsey is probably the best person to ask, because I also want to ask, would it disadvantage the party that you would work for to not have you for several months? Or not have an attorney? I don't know what they would do, but...
Through the chair to Assemblymember Quinn Davidson, I do not have a scheduling order here today. It is right, the trial has been set for January. Usually there are a number of dates backed out behind that for witness lists, identification of experts, et cetera, preliminary motions. My understanding is that the Friends do not believe that it would be possible for me to start on December 1st and then proceed through trial.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Are there any other members who wish to get in the queue? Ms. Allard?
Thank you. It's a question for Mr. Falsey. He might just getting your steps in tonight. Mr. Falsey, can you tell me, why do we have a one-year waiting period for reasons like this?
Through the chair to Assemblymember Allard, I think that is a great question. The code says that there is a one-year waiting period for someone to work on a matter for compensation that was under consideration by their administrative unit, and then it allows the Assembly to waive that. So that caused me to then say, what is the point of this provision all in? I was not certain that this provision even applied here because the matter that I am now seeking to be a part of is a lawsuit that didn't exist when I was municipal attorney, that the municipality is not a part of, and that the municipality is not participating in now. Ethics Council suggested, well, it may be close enough because as municipal attorney, you opined on the existence of the prescriptive easement, and that it's certainly relevant to the current lawsuit. So then why, if the provision does apply, why might you waive it? The waiver provision is written such that it's waivable if the proposed action by the former employee is not adverse to the public interest. I think it would be adverse to the public interest if allowing a former employee to quickly move to a compensation arrangement encouraged them to leave employment early. That's not issue here. If it influenced their decision making because they saw some future employment opportunity on the horizon, if they made a decision that went in the favor of that future employer, that issue is not here. I think it would be adverse to the public interest if you were trading on some sort of insider information that is not at play here. And last, I think that there is something potentially unseemly about just switching sides or using something to the detriment of the municipality. So I think, to your question, I think the rule is designed to protect those kinds of interests. And my suggestion would be that those interests are not at play here, and that's why the waiver provision exists. But again, it isn't entrusted to the judgment of the Assembly.
Can I do a quick follow-up, please?
Go ahead, Ms.
So
Allard.
the bottom line up front, though, it can be perceived that this new position that you would hold can give you an advantage. Is that correct to say? It could potentially give you an advantage. Or my question would then go into, why are they so desperately trying to seek you and you just can't wait for the 1-year mark?
Well, through the chair to Assemblymember Allard, I suppose anyone can perceive anything, but I think here with the follow-up conversation, we could allay any concerns that there was some kind of secret information involved. As to your second question, I have agreed to do it at a relatively low bono rate, which may be part of what is motivating their actions here. I should say generally it is never my intent to extend the length of Assembly meetings. Did not expect this, so I will issue a general apology to the dais as we've gone on for the length of time that we have now.
Thank you, Ms. Allard.
Mr. France, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And actually, I have a question for Mr. Falsey. And you've actually already addressed, I think, a lot of these issues, but when I read the email from Mr. Berg, I found it very helpful in, as Ms. Zelatel said, laying out, and as Ms. Quinn-Davidson spoke to, some of the issues and also public interest. And the one piece that I grapple with are the optics. As you know from your experience with the Muni, a number of the issues we deal with are complicated and don't fit, at least the explanation doesn't fit neatly into any kind of soundbite. And can you offer any other further perspective on the issue? I mean, given your background with municipal government, on the optics of this and perceptions and how that, I know we've talked about if that would be an impact to any kind of litigation. It sounds like, as you noted, folks can make arguments based on whatever. But would you speak a little to the optics piece?
I would be happy to, Chair LaFrance. As I said when I started, it wasn't clear to me that this provision even applied because the matter that I am now seeking to be involved in is a lawsuit that did not exist when I was a municipal attorney, that the municipality has never been involved in and is not involved in now. It was because I wanted to do the belt and suspenders, very prophylactic approach that I proactively went to the municipal ethics officer and to the counsel for the ethics board, who then said, in the interest of making sure this is all squared away, the better course would be to go to the Assembly. But I think that's where I would direct you, which is to say the municipal attorney Falsey's involvement was simply to say the gate should be restored to its previous condition. We believe there is a public prescriptive easement. Now there is a private, nonprofit group of neighbors who have formed to force that to a judicial resolution to determine whether there really is a prescriptive easement, and their position is certainly that there is. It's consistent with the old letter writing as well.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I don't think my cue actually worked either because I pressed the request to speak twice, and I don't think that came out. So anyway, first I want to say I stand corrected in how I read the comment from the ethics officer, and that was that it does say that the ethics officer did not disagree. So appreciate the clarification on that. But I have a question in regard to the joint statement that the municipality made with the state in regard to the easement back in December 6, 2019. And I guess my question would be, because this came from the municipal attorney's office at a time when Mr. Falsey still would have been employed by the municipality, but obviously would have been the muni manager, I'm just hoping that we can make the distinction between the fact that that came strictly from the municipal attorney's office and would have had actually no connection to the municipal manager. Because even though this wasn't a court case at the time, it certainly was a statement made by the municipality in regard to ownership, use, and access of the Campbell Lake public access area. So anyway, I don't...
Point of order.
Sure.
Question. I was wondering what memo you were referring to, because I'm not aware of any memo relating to the Stewart Trail access. And I think the memo you're reading is actually relating to the Campbell Lake access that the joint statement was made. And so I just want to make sure that I'm not missing a document.
Well, that is, but that's my assumption, though, is that those are all connected. Is that's the same area?
No, Campbell Lake is down in far west Anchorage by the inlet, and Stewart Trail is all the way up on the mountains. It's separate, similar issues, but completely separate land use questions.
Okay, all right, then that settles the question, so thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Allard, and then I'd like us to get to a vote soon.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Pugh.
Yes, Ms. Allard.
Hi, Mr. Pugh. So I have a question for you. If we, as a body, vote for Mr. Falsey to go ahead and this waiver goes through, with your attorneys, are you going to request an appeal based on the fact that he may have had access and that the evidence in the case could be tainted?
I don't think it's wise to me speak of any legal options at this point. If I heard Mr. Falsey correctly, he said he was going to do this pro bono. I know there's many attorneys available in Anchorage. I don't know what's I don't know what's the need to have Mr. Falsey in particular, other than he did work this case as municipal attorney, and he likely did gain information not known by others.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you, Mr. Pugh. Mr. Constant.
Last comment I'll make. We received quite an email that I hope you all read through, and it ended with the concept that this is David versus Goliath, which is really amazing because I have done nothing toward, say, sending police to arrest people or do anything along the lines of what David and Goliath might be. But one thing that I know is that my neighbors, 20,000 of them, have lost access to a public access. And I am here to stand on behalf of those people whose rights are being severed right now. So I'll let you draw your own conclusions as to who is David and who is Goliath in that equation. And with that, I would again ask you to support this so that these legal questions can be resolved in a court, which is the proper venue.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say very briefly, this decision that we are making tonight will not resolve any of the issues that we're speaking about regarding public access. This is a relatively narrow decision. Should this nonprofit be able to be represented by this attorney? That's basically all we're deciding. And I think the analysis that we've gone through about whether or not allowing this nonprofit to be represented by this attorney, to me indicates that you should vote yes, basically, that there isn't a clear conflict here, that this lawsuit we are not a party to this lawsuit. There's no special power that this body or Mr. Falsey has over the Alaska State Superior Court to rule one way or another, except insofar as he's probably a pretty good attorney. So that's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on AM 519-2021. AM 519-2021 passes 8-3. We now have before us item 10D15, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 522-2021, Change Order Number 1 to Contract 202-000-2760 with the Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities for matching funds for the Downtown Trail Connection Project for the Municipality of Anchorage Parks and Recreation Department. Mr. Vice Chair, you pull this item?
Yes, I move to approve the A version.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Constant, do you wish to speak to this item?
If someone from the administration would like to, I don't know that we need it, but the A version was just used to correct a couple of detailed errors that needed to be fixed before we move this forward.
For the record, Ms. Demboski gave you a thumbs up, Mr. Constant. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing no one in the queue, members may proceed to vote. And that's AM 522-2021A, correct?
Yes. Okay. Correct.
Approval of AM 522-2021A passes 11-0. We now have before us item 10D16, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 523-2021, Sole Source Contract with the Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities for matching funds for the Northeast Chugach Foothills Connector.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Mr. Constant, you pulled this item?
I move to approve the A version.
Second.
Same, it just had a couple of detailed errors that needed to be corrected.
Okay, moved and seconded and spoken to. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote on AM 523-2021A. Okay, this item 523-2021A passes 11-0. We now have before us item 10F2, Information Memorandum Number AIM 132-2021, Scenic Foothills Community Council Resolution regarding traffic calming measure for the neighborhood on and around Apollo Drive. Ms. Kennedy, you pulled this item.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Kennedy?
If I might, thank you. I actually found this quite interesting, and I don't know that I've actually seen this done before, just in terms of putting forward a community council's resolution to recommend supporting traffic calming measures. And I'm interested in if this is maybe a new process by which we might be able to get more attention for some of these kinds of issues. I have a couple of these in the Chugach Eagle River area that seem to be dragging on forever. So I'm just wondering what maybe the hope is that comes out of actually approving this and what happens next if we do approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. And I just want to note this is a motion to accept. Madam Clerk, if you would go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for noticing, Ms. Kennedy. This has been a procedure that the clerk's office has tried to do for years. I can tell you that it's very difficult, the number of resolutions that we receive from community councils and boards and commissions. We do try to get those in front of you because if they're part of your agenda, they become a permanent record. Otherwise, you know, if time doesn't allow, we just email those to you, and those records are only kept for 10 years. So I would like to give a shout out to our new executive assistant, Jenna. These emails came into the clerk's general email box, and she prepared the AIMs for our approval, and we did so without edits, and so having great staff really makes us able to do that. So yes, you may send more our way.
May I follow up, Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Ms.
Thank
Kennedy.
you. So that still kind of begs the question. No, I appreciate that. And I am absolutely looking forward to this potentially being a way to kind of gain a little more of attention on some of these traffic calming issues. But so then what happens next? Once if this gets accepted, which I'm hoping it will, where does it go from here, and what would be the administration or municipality's response? Thank you.
Through the chair, Ms. Kennedy, that is up to the body, whatever action you wish to take. One of the benefits is now you can find them. You can use the new public portal, you could use the index and ask the clerk's office to research, and we could compile a variety of these, and you could say, okay, now we're doing traffic calming, or whatever topic it is that you wish to do. But that is why, as the chair indicated, you accept them. There's no action that happens.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. So we have Mr. Weddleton, then Mr. Rivera, then Mr. Constant, and someone else, but I can't see who. Oh, I'm not sure what's going on with the queue. Just continue to flag me if you disappear. So Mr. Weddleton?
It's working great. I'm at the top. What was the problem? I really bad that the secret is out, but it is precisely the routine. The community councils go to the traffic department, and Tim, I forget his last name, Mylan is the traffic calming guy, and he starts out with requests from community councils, and then they evaluate them. They do a study, and if they find that traffic calming techniques can work, then it gets on the list. And we've had typically $500,000 a year. I think the last few years we've done $1 million. It's quite expensive to do this, but this is precisely the way. Your community councils go to Tim, and I invite you to do that after a couple of years when all my area is covered. Well, we knew the secret earlier.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And certainly this is no secret for the Midtown Community Councils. We probably get one of these resolutions a month in our Midtown Community Councils. There is such a huge need for traffic calming. Mr. Weddleton is correct in terms of the process. I think this is, though, the first time that I've seen this come to the body for acceptance. So I think that is the new part of this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this street is in East Anchorage in Mr. Dunbar in my district. And I've been hearing complaints about speeding cars on that street for, 6 or 8 years by now. And they just finally had got to the point where they felt something had to be done, and they called a special meeting of the Foothills Community Council last week and passed this resolution. So, but there is still a process to go through. This, this is just the beginning, so to speak. But it did put it on everyone's radar, and I'm sure that's what they were trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Demboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just for the knowledge of the body, traffic significantly seriously looking at Apollo Drive. Just for your information, it is something that is being evaluated currently.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. Were there any other members who were trying to get into the queue? All right, seeing no one else, members may go ahead and vote on the motion to accept AIM 132-2021. The motion to accept passes 11-0. We now have before us item 10G1, and actually next then item 10G3. These are items for introduction, and they really only can be moved and set for a public hearing or not moved at all. So we'll go to the first one, 10G1. Ordinance number AO 2021-74, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code sections 21.08.050 improvements and 21.08.060 subdivision agreements to adopt a cleanup standard for contaminated soils similar to the state's.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton, you pulled this item.
Chair, I'd like to move to remand to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Second.
Moved and seconded. And just so I'm clear, the intent is not to introduce it?
Correct.
Right now?
Right,
Okay.
we did this last meeting too.
Right.
We'll have, I think, a number over next many months that will originate here and then go to the Planning and Zoning Commission. So I urge yes vote, which will process. They need to review it anyway. And I would like to thank Mr. Rivera for catching some edits in it. And what I'll do is give those to the Planning Department. It'll be polished up before it goes to the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any further discussion? Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote to remand AO 2021-74 to the Planning and Zoning Commission. This motion passes 11-0. AO 2021-74 has been remanded to Planning and Zoning. Our final item on the consent agenda is 10G3. Ordinance number AO 2021-76, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 4.60 to enact a new section to establish a houseless lived experience advisory board to provide the Assembly and Mayor with the perspective of residents with lived experience and to promote the participation of our current and former houseless neighbors. Ms. Allard, you pulled this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did. If the sponsor, Mr. Rivera, could please speak a little bit more about it, his intent, and then if the administration would be able to answer a question that I would have afterwards, please.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Actually, that request is out of order. Because this is an item for introduction, we don't entertain questions or discussion at this time. And it will be, right now, is set for public hearing for the meeting of the 24th, and then questions can be raised at that time, or unless there's a work session beforehand.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you. Move to introduce.
Second. Third.
Okay. Item 10G3 has been introduced, and that completes our consent agenda. I want to say it's okay to clap. Okay, sorry, for those of you who place bets on a 8:30, hate to break it to you. Okay, so. We now have before us item 11A, resolution number AR 2021-89, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the Anchorage Police Department for 100 years of service.
Madam Chair, we moved and passed this item last meeting, so I don't think we need any action. We can just let it go.
Madam Clerk, do we need a motion to postpone indefinitely, or can we just let this go? Okay. So
no disrespect to APD. We love and respect your centennial. We celebrated it at the last meeting. We're not moving it this meeting again.
thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, excuse me, may I ask a question?
Yes, of course.
I just noticed when I was reviewing that item that it had the old language that was not updated, and I was just wondering if that had been corrected.
Mr. Constant will speak to your question.
Thank you. So this item was initially moved back in February. And so the one that was moved at the last meeting was taken from that item, but wasn't this item. And so the item last week was passed as amended. This is the item from February.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Ms. Allard?
No, I'm not going to give the reasons why it wasn't done in March, but thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Okay, we now have before us item 11B, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 437-2021, Amendment Number 1 to Purchase Order 202-000-5128 with Zen City Technologies US, Inc. for
Waive
data
reading.
analytics software support. Thank you. This item was postponed from June 22nd, 2021 and July 27th, 2021. Ms. Alatel moved to approve. It was seconded by Mr. Weddleton. So a motion to approve is on the floor. Would anyone like to speak to this item? Any member? Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, I think this really goes to the administration. I mean, we could buy this and spend the money, but if, useful data is not used, or interesting data, whatever you want to call it, isn't used, we should save the money. So it really, to me, up to the administration. If the administration said, yeah, we'd like to have this information, and I'm good with it. If the administration says it's not something we'd use, then we probably shouldn't spend the money. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Dombowski, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton. The administration did vet this with our I team as well as our IT director, and the administration's position has not changed. We do not advocate spending $45,000 to test what people think on social media.
Thank you, Ms. Dombowski. Mr. Weddleton, did you have any follow-up?
No, thank you. I think we have our answer.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on AM 437-2021. This motion fails 5-6. We now have before us item 11C, Information Memorandum Number AIM 124-2021, Second Quarter 2021 Performance Measure Report, Office of Management and Budget. Action was postponed from July 27, 2021. There is no motion on the floor. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Motion is to accept, right?
So it's
Okay. Move to accept.
Second.
moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, I had asked to postpone this last time because a lot of the information in this report wasn't actually available. It is now. There's quite a bit of information on the website link to this performance measure report. But I think it still is worthy of a conversation in terms of the amount of effort that probably goes into providing these reports, the amount of useful information that may or may not come from these reports. So I would hope that we have a little bit more of a discussion about really how we use these and how we want to proceed with even accepting these reports. They're often not complete. There are a couple of departments that don't have anything for second quarter reporting. And even if you look at a lot of the the performance measurements, I kind of question how useful those really are. So anyway, if we could have a bigger conversation about the value of this, I think it would be good for all of us, and certainly those administrators who are putting these reports together every quarter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant?
Thanks, and I agree with that, and I want to maybe put a finer point on it. I'm hoping that the municipality's administration will come back with kind of a guidance document that says we've reviewed these and we find that we could do a better job. Streamline, simplify, whatever it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on accepting AIM 124-2021. The motion to accept this item passes 11-0. Okay, we are now in the 13 section of the agenda. Agenda items in this category are typically previous public hearing agenda items for which the public hearing was not closed and the Assembly continued the public hearing. Persons who previously testified may not testify a second time unless the testimony is on the differences in a substitute S version of an ordinance. In addition, if a previous Assembly meeting ended before all public hearing items were completed, those items would be carried over to this agenda category. So we now have before us item 13A, ordinance
Madam
number...
Chair, I'm in the queue. May I be recognized?
My apologies, Mr. Rivera. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make a motion to change the order of the day to take up item 14B before 14A. I know there are quite a few folks in the room who are here to testify or are interested in 14B. I struggle with whether I should just push it to the front of the 13s, but I know all of these items are stuff that was pushed from the prior meeting. So I will just see if we can push it one item in advance of the agenda. Thank you.
14B before 14A.
I didn't.
Okay. Is there a second to the motion to change the order of the day?
Second.
Asking for unanimous consent, this would move item 14B before item 14A to be taken up after we complete the 13s. Any opposition? Mr. Weddleton, you wanted to speak on this item? No. Okay, seeing no opposition, the motion to change the order of the day passes, and as soon as we finish up the 13s, we will go to 14B. Thank you, Mr. Rivera. We now have before us item 13A, ordinance number AO 2021-68, an ordinance authorizing disposal of real property legally described as Lot 5, Block 72, original town site of Anchorage.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is open. Are there any members of the public who wish to testify? Welcome. I'm sorry, your mic. Oh.
You're all going to jail.
Madam Chair, the speaker was off topic.
Yes, he was. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Darden, you have been warned. That was off topic. We do have someone who signed up for testimony by phone. Mr. Turner, would you get Mr. Williams on the line, please?
You've reached Niall Williams. Sorry, I have...
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Ms. Alatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for the administration, please. Was there any contemplation of this lot going over to ACDA for its use or for it to sell the lot for purposes of its further development plans?
Through the chair, Adam Trombley, Assembly Members Alatel. For this administration, no, that was not contemplated.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Is there any reason why or was ACDA asked if this would be useful to their portfolio?
With this administration, no, it was not. We have been reached out to by an interested buyer to purchase the property.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ms. Alatel. Mr. Constant?
Thanks. Mr. Trombley, I think the thrust of the question was, we know ACDA is a little bit in financial hot water. Might it not be wise to transfer it to them and have them sell it to the interested party so they could have the revenue? But it's fine if that's not the plan at this time, but certainly we have to be looking at how to make whole ACDA through the next year or so. Otherwise, we're in real trouble.
Mr. Trombley, did you want any further comment?
Oh, no, I would just say that I think we look at the highest and best use for the piece of property, and that's probably getting it on the tax rolls and having it, right now there's a structure sitting on top of it, so I don't think ACDA is in a position to either remove the structure or develop the structure, so we're looking at individuals who do have that capability to develop that into a positive for downtown.
Thank you. Ms. Dombowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just for members' awareness, there is a time sensitivity to this potential offer. So that's the reason it's before you, and it really does need to be dealt with.
Thank you, Ms. Dombowski. Thanks. Any further questions or discussion? Ms. Alatel?
I'd actually like 2 minutes, please. Can I have 2 minutes? Thanks.
Yes, go ahead. Oh, like a pause? Yes. Okay, we're going to take a... I thought you wanted to speak for 2 minutes. No. Okay. We're going to take a pause. We're going to take a 5-minute pause. Want to let members of the public know that someone was just removed from the chambers during the pause. The person was asked repeatedly to comply with the rules and repeatedly refused. The person refused to talk with me and walk with me, and he was creating an actual disturbance in the chambers. and as a result of the repeated warnings, he has been removed. So now we are back on item 13A. We'll just let the system catch up here. Maybe. Okay, we're going to need to engage the help of IT, but in the meantime, Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment to propose on line 24 of the ordinance so that it reads, the MOA is hereby authorized to dispose of real property. The insertion is pursuant to AMC 25.30.040 subsection A, and then it continues on.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Would you like to speak more to that, Ms. Zelatel?
Yes, thank you. This just makes it very clear that this can only be disposed pursuant to the fair market value provision of municipal code. While I believe that is implied in the AM, it is not reflected in the C, and there is no specific reference to exactly how this property is intended to be disposed of. So this just provides clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I get the administration's opinion on that particular amendment?
Ms. Domboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the Chair, Assemblymember Allard. It is the administration's intent to dispose of the property at fair market value or greater. But before the body votes on the amendment, I'd just like to double check the citation reference with law just to make sure, you know, we really are referencing the code that has been presented to us.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski.
And
Thank you, Ms. Allard.
Madam Chair, law just said it is.
Oh, that was
quick. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that confirmation.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any further discussion on Ms. Zelatel's amendment? Okay, I don't see anyone else in the queue, but I believe we need to hold on a second or two until the system catches up with us. So as soon as the amendment is recorded by Ms. Jones, members will proceed to vote. Members may proceed to vote on the amendment to AO 2021-68. The amendment passes 11-0. We are now back on the main motion. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion on the main motion, members may proceed to vote to approve AO 2021-68. The motion to approve AO 2021-68 passes 11-0. We now have before us item 13B, ordinance number AO 2021-69, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code sections 21.03.020H and the table of notice requirements, table 21.03-1, to require a community council notice for street name alterations.
Waive reading.
Thank you. This item is now open for public hearing. Are there any members of the public who wish to testify? I think we have someone. We have one person on the phone list. Mr. Turner, would you call Niall Williams, please?
You've reached Niall Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Is there anyone who would like to speak, to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote to approve AO 2021-69. This item passes 11-0. The next items on the agenda involve applications for a liquor or marijuana license and/or a special land use permit for alcohol or marijuana. The process to review these items is different than the Assembly's legislative role because these are administrative or quasi-judicial hearings and require the Assembly to be impartial, refrain from ex parte communications, except in liquor license applications, and make a decision based only on the record before us and testimony today. The next item is 13C, Resolution number AR 2021-247, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an amendment to an alcohol special land use permit for a beverage dispensary use and license number 437 for Gaslight Lounge, Inc. in the B2B Central Business District Intermediate.
reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to testify? We do have one person on our phone list. Mr. Turner, would you call Niall Williams, please?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Williams. This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you were signed up to testify on AR 2021-247. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes, and please stay on topic.
Through the chair, Niall Sherwood Williams. I'm a resident of District 3 here in the municipality of Anchorage. For the correction of the record, I was signed up to testify for all items allowing public participation and for initial audience participation. The cuffs that were put around my wrists have now been removed. I'm a sovereign man of God. I'm testifying on this item 13C before us. It's Anchorage Ordinance AR 2021-247. At the current time, I would expect out of the assembly members that we would have monthly audits of the alcohol tax through the chair, where we would have reports as to, through the chair, what is being done with the money. That 5% tax that's been levied on all
Mr.
alcohol
Williams?
final sales.
Mr. Williams, I need to ask you to please stay on topic. This is pertaining to a special land use permit for the Gaslight Lounge.
I see. Is the Gaslight Lounge through the chair? That is in a place that serves alcoholic beverages, right?
That is correct.
Understood. In any event, I would like to strongly oppose this personally. It's time to end the proliferation of alcohol here in the municipality of Anchorage, and the scourge of mental illness and drug dependency that causes. It's affecting all of our community members. I'm sitting out here, I'm looking at a elderly woman, and she can barely walk. You know, she obviously could benefit from that money. Glory to God. And, you know, I hope that we're spending that money wisely through the chair. And there will be more that I have to say in the remaining items and in final audience participation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, for your participation. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote to approve AR 2021-247. The motion to approve AR 2021-247 passes 11-0. We now have before us item 13D, resolution number AR 2021-248, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcohol special land use permit for a package store use and license number 4919 for Alaska Liquor Inc., DBA Northern Lights Liquor in the B3 General Business District, located at 343 West Benson Boulevard within...
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to testify? Welcome. Oh, doesn't sound like, thank you. It's on now.
My name is Tim Potter, representing tonight because Altamani is not here. He was 2 weeks ago, but I would like to testify on behalf of Midtown Community Council. We did present written information, and I hope the Assembly has had a chance to see that. We've had difficulties at the Community Council because of a couple of illnesses, but the board did meet on this item and had a full and complete discussion, and we came out recommending denial of the transfer of this license to this location. As many of you know, Midtown Community Council is a business-oriented community council, and we look across the diversity of all of the people within the community council. And we believe that we have a high number of liquor licenses of all kinds, and that there's no lack of presence of packaged liquor stores where alcohol can be purchased. But in this specific location, just west of C Street at the intersection with Benson, there are approximately 17,500 cars going each direction for a total of 35,000 vehicles per day. And with the proximity to the intersection and the Benson having at least 5 lanes of traffic and C Street having 4, with pedestrian access on both sides and a crosswalk and opposing streets, we believe that this is not the location for a convenience type liquor store outlet, and it would be non-conducive. Additionally, in looking at the public safety a little bit further, this is directly north across Benson from Aquila's primary office facility. It is about 1 block east of some additional Aquila House recovery facilities, and that have been there for quite some time. We believe that this is not a great location for all these reasons, but when you take into account that we have a nearly year-round occupation by homeless inebriates, and others, not want to typify anyone, at the corner by Arby's, that we have not had any discussion with the proposed operator to learn what mitigation measures they may be willing to encompass in their operation or how they will operate. So the years that we've pursued getting shooter bottles limited in the number of sales per person per day and at a minimum price, which we've been cooperatively working with the rest of the liquor stores in the area and had good results, we are concerned that this will become a cheap sale of liquor, especially shooter bottles, that will have a significant impact on our street inebriates. The traffic should be looked at carefully because the safety factor pulling out from this location is difficult with so many opposing traffic directions, pedestrians on the sidewalk, on the crosswalk, and coming out across the street. So with that, I would just only say that I did meet the proponent or representative of the application 2 weeks ago. We had a nice discussion in the parking lot, and I requested that he contact the community council or myself to talk about some of these issues and come present to the board, and I have not heard anything from him to date. So with that, I would appreciate it if the Assembly would either outright deny the special land use permit for the public health and safety reasons identified, or would at least postpone and require the applicant to come to the community council and speak to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. We do have a couple members in the queue with questions. Mr. Rivera and then Ms. Zelatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Potter. So I am going to, when we are done with the public hearing, going to ask the body to consider a motion to postpone this to the meeting of August 24th. And partly because I'd like to see if the Community Council, the Assembly, and the applicant can come together in a work session or at a Public Safety Committee meeting to see if we can hash some of these things out. I know that the Midtown Community Council's request is straight up denial. I'm wondering though if after hopefully a successful discussion with all of the parties, if the Community Council would be amenable to approval with some very specific types of limitations, very similar to what we have with other packaged liquor stores in the Midtown area.
Yes, the mitigation measures would be important to consider. And I'm not even sure how the board would vote on that because of how concerned they were to the proximity of Benson and C Street, the number of red light incidents that happen there. And this is not to try and say that a packaged liquor store is any different than a retail sales office, but we have observed other things going on in parking lots of packaged liquor stores in Midtown, and that is that there are habitual drinkers that go in, purchase shooter bottles, go out to their vehicle, put the liquor in another drink mug on their dash or island, and then pitch the bottles directly out of the vehicle window so that they have no evidence of an open container within the vehicle. That's disconcerting, and I don't want to paint the prospective applicant in this action in that manner, but we have not heard anything about the type of operation or mitigation measures that they are willing to entail. And personally, as this town has, through the state and our town ourselves, increased the lanes and the volume of traffic at major corners, we have reduced the viability of those commercial areas because access is so difficult and ultimately dangerous. And I hope that we look at that across the board, but on this one, I'm still very concerned that the trip generation and trips past that location and the rate of speed at 40 to 45 miles an hour with 17.5 going each direction is more than we need to promote. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Thank you, Mr. Potter. Welcome.
Hello, my name's Rosemary Borchert, and I'm here to speak about the transfer of the liquor license. It is currently on Tudor Road on East Side, and they're bringing it into Midtown. When is enough liquor stores enough in Midtown? We are so super saturated with liquor stores, plus we have this huge visible population. It's just decimating so many people. Everybody knows about the Arby's Corner. Every time you go by it, you just avert your eyes. And this would be right next door. It's a terrible location, and we have a situation where an out-of-state owner is going to transfer. They're buying the liquor license, I assume, and then putting it in right across from the Aquila House. And we just got another liquor store 6 blocks down. The Shell station on Minnesota Northern Lights is now going to be a liquor store, have a package store in it. We just don't need any more liquor stores. And I guess that's, and the other thing I noticed in reading your package, you said 182 public hearing notices were sent out. The implications of this liquor store, I think you need to rethink how many people you send out notices to. Not 182 is not very many, and then plus this statement also says the Midtown Community Council did not provide comments. Well, we did. I'm not sure how this was put together, but we very much are against it. Everybody at the council is against it, and I can't see, considering the location and what is proposed, how they will ever make it work for the good of the community. And I would encourage you to not vote for this approval.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to respond to one of the comments you made about the memo saying that there was no comments from the Midtown Community Council. The memo and the item was prepared before the Midtown Community Council provided their comments, so it is accurate in that it reflects the time that it was done. But at the previous meeting, we did get the comments from the Midtown Community Council added to the record. So the record will reflect that the Midtown Community Council did provide a resolution or a letter from the board on this item.
Well, this was put out let's see, July 27th. Is there ever...
Ms. Borchert, you want to come up to the mic?
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Do you ever put out another assembly memorandum revised noting that the fact that the Midtown Community Council or the council disapproved it?
Not in my experience, no.
So this Okay, very good.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Welcome.
My name is Mary Williams, and I happen the management on couple commercial building exact adjacent to the subject property for so good. And we have quite few small business owner. Last time, July 27, we got about 5, 6 business owners sit back there, the group. We didn't leave here till about 12:30 because that gentleman told me, he said, you guys run out of time. Okay, so because they working all day, 8 hours a day or 9 hours a day in retail store or business, and they come over here 6 o'clock on July 27. And we wait, and about some leave about 11:30, and 3 of us, we didn't left here till about 12:45 or 12:30. July 27. So that's reason we kind of talk over, and quite a few business owner, the personal write a letter plus their business card. I have with me. Last time we only got 9 assembly, so I only make 10 copy. So you might need to share. Okay, thank you.
And you can bring those up here, right here. Thank you. And ma'am, you have about a minute or so left. Did you have any other comments?
Yes, I do.
And if you could just speak into the mic.
On one of the building located 400 West Northern Light Boulevard, and where's my picture? Oh, right here. I have picture, Google Earth. Somehow, let me see if I put it up. We got the Frontier Charter School located exact, maybe about 20 foot away from that building. Okay, every day they got students coming, they charter school, okay. And every day they got a lot of students coming in and out there. So I do have some picture over there. Okay.
And if you could just wrap up really quickly, ma'am, your time is up.
You will see the picture, Frontier Charter School. Okay. That's where we stand right next door where they're going to be packaged liquor store. That's the first page, Frontier Charter School. And we stay on a Frontier Charter School where the handicap is. You can see the building. It's only 20 foot away.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't see anyone in the queue with questions. Did you have other documents for us you wanted to pass out?
Yes. Where I put it. This is the first time I'm shaking.
You're doing great.
my leg.
And actually, Ms. Zalatel is in the queue here.
And the paperwork I give to you
Ma'am.
at Frontier Charter School.
Ms. Zalatel has a
Ma'am.
question for you.
I'm right here. I appreciate you sharing all these documents with us. I don't know if you caught it earlier, but Mr. Rivera's intention is to try to postpone this item so that we have more time to go through all this additional information and work with the community council. And we've got your contact information so we can look and dive deeper into your concerns. So I appreciate the packet because that 3 minutes you get for public testimony is often short. So now we'll have an opportunity to follow up and talk with you more specifically about what you've provided tonight.
Okay, I just recently I get Google Air Map. Since before I take off, I know you got short time. You will see all the adjacent property. You got Akita Alcohol Rehab Center, direct cross, and South Central Foundation.
Thank you. Yeah, we have the map, and what we'll do is we'll follow up. Is your contact information provided in the document packet?
If you, all the people sent a letter to you, they all got their business card.
Perfect.
And plus owner, and plus their phone number, everything.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. We'll be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your
How
testimony.
do I find out from here?
I'll make sure that you've got my contact information too. If you want to see Travis down here, he'll make sure that we can connect. Thank you.
I do appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatil.
Good
Welcome.
evening. Thank you. My name is Jana Waldzine. I am the attorney for the applicant. I just wanted to clarify some points. So this license is a license that the applicant actually sold to the operator that was operating on Tudor. That operator did not follow through with their payments, and so my client foreclosed on this license and took it back. So it's not like this applicant he kind of fell back into the liquor business. And so he's actually based out of New York. So the gentleman, Mr. Potter, that you talked to is Anthony James, and he's going to be the general manager. I believe he's here tonight, but I haven't met him yet, so I'm not sure. Aha, thank you. There you go, Anthony. So Anthony is a 4-year delegate of the Anchorage tribes of Tlingit and Haida, and he's got a lot of volunteer experience, and he's really excited about this opportunity. We started this process back in early 2020, and we ran it in the newspaper, and we talked to municipal planning staff and actually received positive feedback, because I guess the Tudor location, I didn't have any experience with it, but I guess the Tudor location was problematic with the previous operator. There was a lot of issues, and the first thing that Val, that's his name, Val, the applicant, said to me was like, Jana, we don't want to sell shooters. And so that was one of the first things he identified that went wrong with the existing operations. So I don't think we would have any issue at all adding that to the special land use permit as a condition. So early 2020, I think we all remember where we were at then, and we did not get a chance to meet with the community council. You all know me from doing a lot of marijuana applications, and for me, marijuana applications, we spend tons of times with the community councils, but you don't have that requirement in your code, although I think I take that responsibility for not being more proactive about it with the Midtown Community Council in this case. So I would not object to postponing this, I almost said Chair Riviera, but not anymore, through the Chair Assemblyperson Riviera. We would not oppose tabling this. The only issue is August 24th, I will be in Fairbanks at another land use hearing, and I do think that this does take a little bit of time and a little bit of going through and working with the community council to make this a success, and so I want to give that the time it deserves. And I did look at the abatement period. I know I'm running out of time, but it looks like I had them not vote on this, the ABC board, to give me a little bit more time, so I think we would be fine even pushing it to the meeting after August 24th, if that works for the assembly's schedule. It gives us a little bit more time to work with the community council and address some concerns. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions. Like I said, we started this back in early 2020, and we didn't have any input. Now we have a lot of input, which is a great thing, but needs a little bit more time to discuss. So happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Ms. Weldzine. Ms. Zelatil?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our meeting after, our first meeting in September is September 14th. So if you could just do a quick date verification, should that be the will of the body to postpone until then, that it wouldn't run against the additional pieces.
My only hesitation with the 14th is I'm scheduled for a mediation that could go late. But by the 14th, I feel like we'll know where we're at, and if I need to send somebody else in my stead, I think that is doable with having that much time under our belt to work through the issues.
Great, thank you, Ms. Welzy. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Ms. Welzine, have you had a chance to measure the distance from the charter school? Did that surprise you that it was that close according to the information we just received?
From last time, okay. Yes, it does, and because the Muni's plan reviewers found that there was no schools within 200 feet of the facility, so I'm not sure if that doesn't, if it's I haven't looked at that school because it never came up, so I'm not sure if that school just doesn't qualify or what the issue is with it, but it's something I'm going to look into. I made a note of it.
Okay, great, thank you.
But yeah, it did not pop up on our radar, and it did not pop up on the Muni's GPS navigational site that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Thank you, Ms. Welzine. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Bernadette Bradley, and I just wanted to make some comments on what the council had to say. I feel bad for the Midtown Council, their area, because since the homeless have been at the Sullivan Arena, I know a lot of people in the liquor business that have complained about an increase of homeless presence that is disturbing their business. And if somehow, because it started occurring when they had that shelter at the Sullivan Arena. And Mr. Potter had claimed that bottles were coming from a certain liquor store. There's no way that can be proven. This is not new. We've been here before. And I think, giving due process to the owner and allowing him to work with the community council and using the land use power that you have, if they need to do mitigation. But it's also to be fair and not picking on one store. It could be multiple stores. So, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
How you doing? I'm a little shaky right now because today's been a very ferocious week for me. But hello, Assembly and the community of Anchorage. Thank you for your time to introduce myself. My birth name is Anthony Raymond James Jr., Alaskan resident, born and raised, a father of 4 kids, 4 Jack Russells, and a husband to my wife, Melinda Marie James, for 22 years. I started my family when I was 17, and it was a very good year, and it started out tough for me being a young man, providing just for the simple basics. After a few years of discipline and many mistakes, fatherhood, I was starting to adapt. I was starting to get the hang of it, and I loved my kids, and they kept coming, and so did my responsibilities. After my first, second, third job, I got into construction, and I had to take it serious. 14 years later, I gave more than what is asked. And I wasn't liked by many, and I earned those side jobs. The first man and the last man on the job, and Saturdays and Sundays was my Costco money because my kids like to eat. So did I. Valbon Dubrova and Ali Muhammad provided me with lots of jobs, and they both helped me buy my home. Where I come from, those rooms, my closets were rooms. I'm trying to make this quick. A few years ago, I got in an accident. It was the best thing in my life. and I learned how to say no and ask my worth. And I wouldn't even budge. It's sort of hard because I talked to this gentleman and I thought we exchanged numbers. You know, I was letting him know who I was. You know, I'm a big volunteer in the community, and I'm a man of many mistakes. And I volunteer with the Lions Club, Clink and Haida, the youth programs, the homeless, and I really love what I do. And this opportunity for me is going to open a lot of doors. It's been a rough week. I'm shaky.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Tom McGrath, Madam Chairman, members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor. Years ago, Spenard Community Council actually included Midtown Community Council. And 25 years ago, when I was the chair of the Spenard Community Council, we had a liquor store that was just a stone's throw from this one. And people said tonight that, well, now we have the inebriate problem. Trust me, 25 years ago, we also had the inebriate problem. I don't think it's going to go away. The charter school is very close to this, but I believe it's doorway to doorway, so it will depend on where in the mini mall the liquor store is, whether it's within 200 feet. But right across the street is the Aquila House. Right down the street is the Aquila Residence. Right behind this building is a Salvation Army thrift store, where there is a lot of people that work there that don't really need alcohol as a temptation. For all the reasons, you know, giving it a month to think about this isn't what I think is a good idea. What I would say is deny this location. I know that Anchorage is allowed to have about 480 liquor licenses altogether. Unfortunately, they don't break it down by community council area or region. But the Midtown area and the Spenard area has way more than what they need already. And it's these small liquor licenses that seem to be the biggest problem. And Spenard, with the agreements that we have with the liquor licenses, we've kind of got a handle on it. But it has been a problem in the Midtown area. You just recently closed one down. And there's a couple others that are already giving you problems. So why exacerbate the problem? Why allow another one to come in when you know that there's already enough and this is a high concentration of street inebriates? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We do have a member in the queue for you, okay. Ms. Allard.
Hi, Tom. Thanks for being here tonight. So listening to you, you've been involved decades, long time.
About 40 years, I think.
Almost a half a century.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, in '78 was the first liquor license that I testified against. And it was immediately adjacent to a school. And the law wasn't there at that time. It could be in the school, I guess. But since then, we've gotten quite a few rules put in place.
So my question would be then, you've seen it change all throughout. Mm-hmm. And it sounds like in your testimony you're saying there's a direct correlation, which we know, alcohol to homelessness. There's stuff there. Do you believe that we are helping by allowing this? And I feel bad. This gentleman really wants to be in business. He's come a long ways, according to his testimony. Are we facilitating more of a detriment to our community? And what would be your suggestion then for this young man who wants to be in business, right?
Right.
This is difficult.
There's laws in place, and like I said, you can have about 480 total licenses in Anchorage. So you can't say, Spenard, you can only have X. But there's certain locations that are problems. And we've got rules now that they can't be X number of feet from a school. But also, You've got Aquila House, a major treatment center right across the street. You've got Aquila Residence right down the street. Next to Arby's is a major hangout for street inebriates. There by the bookstore on A Street between Northern Lights and Benson is a major hangout. At Walmart, in front of Walmart is a major hangout. So within 0.2 of a mile, you've got 4 or 5 major hangouts for street inebriates. And so you put in front of them a temptation. Most people are going to not do well with that temptation, and they're not going to go the other way. And also, you have a 5-lane road that's right in front of it. It's difficult to get into that little mini mall. I've been in there. And, depending on where you're coming from, it's not an easy location to get to. So, and I know that people would never buy alcohol and drive, but they do on a regular basis. I mean, we have the evidence in the newspapers almost daily. So, why buy a problem? Just doesn't make sense. Sure.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Allard. Are there any other members of the public who wish to testify? We do have one person signed up for telephonic testimony. Mr. Turner, would you get Niall Williams on the line, please?
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Williams.
Yes.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on item 13D, AR 2021-248. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name.
Niall Sherwood Williams, resident of District 3 here in Anchorage. Sovereign man of God, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Williams, please speak to the special land use permit before us, AR 2021-248.
Right, and so through the chair to deprive someone right to life or liberty by placing these liquor stores in locations near treatment and recovery facilities speaks exactly against the same principles that you and the other Anchorage Assembly members through the chair that you have in your policy as a goal, right, to help those that are alcohol and drug addicted and to help those that are homely. And to place this, it's so close. It's not only reckless through the chair, it's a public health disaster waiting to happen. You heard multiple individuals from the community. They were speaking about traffic. One of the last men just spoke about his family and buying food and raising a family and working and his experience. We're speaking to a land use tax. So I'm speaking to the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and you're thwarting that by allowing this alcohol dispensing facility to be able to continue the play on man and to attempt to kill them via drug and alcohol dependency. So it's time that the alcohol tax, the 5% tax that was passed recently, that it starts to rubber meet the road and you spend those dollars in a way which you're accountable to your constituents, to your shareholders of the corporation, of the municipality of Anchorage. And to those out there listening to my voice that are struggling from alcohol dependency, give your life up to the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and walk with Him. Give your cares up to Him and unto the throne of God, and they shall be released from you. In Jesus' name. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to postpone action on this item to the meeting of September 14th and refer to either the Public Safety Committee or a work session.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Rivera, would you like to speak further to your motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as folks just heard, the Midtown Community Council put forward a letter through the Executive Committee sharing their concerns about placing yet another packaged liquor store in Midtown. And as you all know, this body and the community just finished, I really hope, going through the years-long process of closing down a packaged liquor store due to the negative impacts it was having on Midtown. So opening up yet another one in a district stuffed full of packaged liquor stores deserves, I think, a little bit more scrutiny on our part. Postponing will allow some conversations to occur between the community council, operators, and the assembly. If we just deny today, which I would oppose, if we deny, we really need to have some clear findings and show that we afforded due process to the applicant, and postponing allows that record to be built. I don't think we have that record ready today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Once again, as I did at the committee meeting, I want to make sure I make a clear declaration here that I am employed by the company Aquila, which is across the street from this property. As was determined previously, there's no conflict. I have no personal or financial interest in this license, whether it comes or goes. And I just want to put that on the record, and if anyone challenges that, we can have a conversation about the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Is there any discussion on the motion to postpone to the meeting of September 14th? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote to postpone this item to September 14th and to remand it to the Public Safety Committee. The motion to postpone AR 2021-248 to the meeting of September 14 passes 11-0. So this item will be back before us next month. We now have before us item 13E, resolution number AR 2021-249, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcohol special land use permit for retail sales of alcohol with brewery license number 5970 for Ravens Ring LLC, DBA Ravens Ring Brewing Company in the I-1 Light Industrial District.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? We do have one person signed up for telephonic testimony. Mr. Turner, would you get Mr. Williams on the line, please?
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Williams. This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony for item 13E, AR 2021-249. This is a special land use permit concerning Ravens Ring. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
Niall Sherwood Williams, resident of District 3 in the municipality of Anchorage. My giving my testimony over the phone in no way precludes me from taking legal action against you for thwarting my ability to testify in person during the meeting.
Mr. Williams.
To the point of the special land use permit.
Thank you. To the topic, please.
Chair, through the chair. There's also, through the special land use permit, there needs to be 0 more liquor stores. Absolutely none. Just say no. Right? No means no. We the people, I myself as a citizen of Anchorage am disgusted by the way this city is going. And the drug and alcohol dependency, it's being perpetrated on our youth across the municipality. These dollars should be used to keep the hands of the youth off the liquor bottles. How many liquor bottles are in the municipality of Anchorage? How many gallons of liquor and beer? Enough to get everybody inebriated for a year and put us in a coma so we can forget about the tyrannies that you're installing. This is an absolute disgrace. Absolutely vote no to every liquor and marijuana license heretofore. That is my position. It will be my position today, tomorrow, and immutable until the end of time. And furthermore, the only vaccine that counts is the salvation of the blood of Jesus Christ. That's all for this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Are there any other members of the public who wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing no one in the queue, members may proceed to vote to approve AR 2021-249. This item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 13F, resolution number AR 2021-250, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding a new brewery, liquor license number 5970 for Ravens Ring LLC DBA Ravens Ring Brewing Company located at 12150 Industry Way, Unit Q1, Anchorage, Alaska 99515.
Waive reading.
Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to testify? We do have one member of the public signed up for telephonic testimony. Mr. Turner, would you call Niall Williams, please? Oops.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Williams. This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony for resolution number AR 2021-250, stating its conditional protest regarding a new brewery. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record, please.
Niall Sherwood Williams, resident of District 3. I represent the nonprofit and 501c3 in the state of Alaska, 1776 Alaska. And my slogan is freedom and liberty worldwide. In order to have freedom and liberty worldwide, we need to stop the proliferation of alcohol immediately. Each one of you has taken donations through APOC. It's all on the APOC website. Full disclosure of every financial donation that's been given to your campaign. Through the chair, very interesting piece of news on the front of the ADN today. $35,000. Let's just say that number again. $35,000. Through the chair, I oppose this liquor license. I want to move it from a conditional protest to an absolute protest. We demand you stop this now. We demand you shut down the liquor stores and stop the proliferation of alcohol and drug dependency that is destroying our families, causing mental illness, domestic violence, rape, child molestation, child porn, child rape to be ongoing. And I am sorry for any of the young ears that are in the room through the chair, but this is a time where the Sleeves Up for Summer program violates the Nuremberg Code. Thank you. That's all for now.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Are there any other members of the public who wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing no one in the queue, members may proceed to vote on AR 2021-250. That item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 13G, resolution number AR 2021-251, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of club liquor license number 3031 for Fraternal Order of the Eagles number 4174, DBA Fraternal Order of the Eagles number 4174, located at mile 21.5 Old Glen Highway, Chugiak, Alaska 99567.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to testify? We do have one person signed up for telephonic testimony. Mr. Turner, would you call Mr. Williams, please?
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Williams.
Yes.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony for 13G, AR 2021-251. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
Niall Sherwood Williams, sovereign man of God. I'm speaking before you today over this communist Chinese cellular telephone produced in communist China. And this cellular telephone device does not provide an adequate substitute for me to be able to...
Mr. Williams, you need to speak to the item
I'm sorry,
before
but
us.
if you can't continue to interrupt me, New York Times versus Sullivan in the Supreme Court of the United States...
This is your final warning. I'm going to cut you off. You're listed later on the phone list. We'll get back to you. Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote on AR 2021-251. This item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14B. We previously changed the order of the day to take this item up first. Ordinance number AO 2021-72, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly repealing the Title 11 requirement to obtain a certificate of ownership for taxicab legacy permit holders by amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 11.20, and waiving certain annual fees for transportation services.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on
Madam
this
Chair,
item.
Can I do a point of order, please?
Yes, Ms. Allard?
I would ask if Vice Chair could turn off his mic. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome.
Now it is? All right, thank you. Kevin Rustin. I've been a taxi cab driver in the municipality for 17 years now. I'm not a permit owner. I would like you to consider this ordinance and pass it, an amendment. It's been a very tough year for any small business, certainly in the city and the nation. We truly would appreciate the fact that the fees, while seeming minimal, I can assure you that for a lot of people, that's more than a month's rent for what they would have to pay for housing. So it would go a long way. The other thing I'll mention is, I believe if you would remove the certificate of ownership requirement, you might actually see some more cabs come back on the road, which is probably something the city would really like to see. We'd also like to see them, the other drivers. I know certainly the dispatch company would like to see them. It truly doesn't serve the purpose which I think it was set up for, that it was going to remove some fleet operators and somehow that would transfer to more individual owner operators. and it just hasn't seen it. So I would like that if you'd follow the recommendation of the Transportation Commission and see that they've reviewed the discussions that we've had over it over the past couple of years, and they really came to the conclusion that it's not something that's necessary and hasn't served the purpose that it was originally served for. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to talk, and thank you very much for even considering this.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome.
Hi, my name is Marcela Peña. My parents are Gumecindo and Edmi Peña. They were the proud owners of a taxi cab legacy permits. My brother and I inherited them November 8th of last year when my parents passed away on the same day. My parents were incredibly affected by this ordinance, by Title 11. My father was a very proud immigrant, and he was able to help other immigrants within this industry, especially Muslims who were not able to get loans from banks because of interest. And my father was very welcoming to other immigrants within this industry and went out of his way to really help people within this industry. My father was the owner of 7 permits, and my mom was the owner of 1. My father was in the hospital for 18 days, and my mom committed suicide approximately 20 hours before my father passed away. The implications of all these ordinances in Title 11 had to avoid heavily on my mom, as everything, the devaluation of everything was incredibly significant and affected my father's heart deeply. What was over $500,000 in valuation was $44,000 as of last year, and my brother and I were to divide that. As of last year, my parents had 4 permits leased. They were not paid on 3 of those. My father had 3 of those permits that were unpaid to him. One of those was leased by the Yellow Cab's dispatch manager. My mom was able to lease 1 starting in August. She was able to lease it August, September, October, November, December at $300 a month. That is $1,500. The annual lease, the annual fee is $1,425. That would have been a profit of what, $75. This year, that same lease is the only one that I've been able to lease. Drivers use the Title 11 against me. They use the September 1st deadline against me. They used it against my parents last year. The effects of all this has deeply affected my family. I want to move forward with these permits. My brother doesn't want to have anything to do with this. I have driven cab for 9 months. I have driven for Lyft for 11 months. I am aware of this industry, and I believe in this industry, and I want to remain in it as an owner. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Robert Ransom. I'd like to thank you guys for all your hard work. I watch on the video of these meetings, and it's outrageous how disrespectful people are, and you guys don't deserve that. But anyway, I've been involved in the taxi industry for 40 years. I started driving in 1980 when a Mr. John Kirkendall owned a cab company over there where Bosco's is located now, and it was pretty much a real cab company like the TV show without Danny DeVito. We had a gas pump, car wash. There was a garage for repairs. The industry's changed quite a bit in 40 years. 5 years ago, the Assembly decided to rewrite this Title 11, and at first it looked good on paper. They wanted to do open entry, but the thing, as most stuff, kept morphing into other things. We kept having work sessions. I went to plenty of work sessions with Mr. Dunbar and a few of the other Assembly people, and in the end, the rewrite affected the safety of the public. A lot of things were removed. There was a mandatory 8-hour class that introduced new drivers. The DOT physical was removed, the number of hours a driver could drive. And then in the end, the certificate of ownership appeared. And I don't know if the previous TI really knew what he was doing. He had no experience in the taxi industry, but he took it upon himself to be a legislator instead of the enforcer, like the TI position I understand to be, where he enforces the Title 11, not to rewrite the whole thing. And there was another Assembly member that probably should have recused himself. His law firm represented Uber at one time. So I don't know that they had a malice intent or not, but it sure screwed up the industry. And the certificate of ownership would be taking property away from the permit owners, like taking a coffee stand permit, a comic book permit away that he can't sell it, or will it to their own family. It's really outrageous if you think about taking property from people. It's not, you know, it's not right. And I think most people would understand that. But anyway, thanks for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Kim Pavey. I manage 14 permits right now for Alaska Taxi Leasing. I used to lease 6 permits myself, 2 of the Peñas, and she's correct. Due to what happened during COVID, I lost all 6 of my permits because I lost all of my drivers. And I couldn't afford to renew my insurance. And so I had to return all of those permits. I tried very hard to get their permits released for them through other people, but at that time there was nobody that wanted them. And so so I did lose quite a bit, as well as seeing the impact to all of these permit owners. I just can't really wrap my mind around how it's okay to say that these are legacy permits and to have seen these people spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to invest in these permits, to leave something to have something as a retirement package, something that they can sell to live off of for the rest of their golden days, or to leave to their children. And now with the certificate of ownership, what you're telling them is that we don't care how hard you worked, we don't care how much money you've spent on these permits. When you're done with them, whether you retire or you die, that's it, we're taking them back. And I don't believe that that was the intent. I can't believe that that was the intent of my city government, to do that to a population that has worked so hard. And let's be honest, I would say probably 70% of the clientele that taxi drivers have to transport are people that you guys wouldn't even stop, that you would cross the street if you saw them. And they're in our cabs. They're throwing up, they're bleeding, they're going to the bathroom in our cabs, and they're still out there, day in, day out. And yet you want to tell them that they don't have the right to pass their legacy on to their families or to sell it? That just doesn't seem fair to me. I just can't wrap my head around it. Doesn't seem fair. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Hold on, ma'am.
No, yes.
We've got Mr. Constant in the queue for you.
Yes, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So, Ms. Zalatel asked me an astute question, and I want to make sure I hear the answer. Do you pay the municipality what's called a personal property tax?
That's what the permit renewal fee is.
Separate from that, like, are you taxed? No, I'm seeing people shake their heads. No, okay, thank you.
No, we don't pay a personal property tax because it doesn't, it's just a piece of paper.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Jacqueline Choke. I was born, have lived my whole life in Alaska, graduate of UAA. I'm a taxi cab permit owner, and my family owns 2 other cabs as well. We've been in the industry as far as I can remember, I think the past 35 years. I'm here today asking for the certificate of ownership requirement to be repealed from Title 11. As you've heard from many others, this has had a great impact. The rewrite from 2016 has affected us in multiple ways. Open entry, allowing more cabs, competition is healthy. We had the addition of Uber and Lyft, then COVID. Our industry is devastated by all of this. I, like Kim, am dumbfounded by the fact that we are basically being asked to give up our businesses. By signing the certificate of ownership, we will no longer be able to sell or transfer these permits to our children. My permit was transferred to me by my father probably 15 years ago. And at that point, it was valued at about $115,000. You can now get one for about $5,000 to $7,000 with the car included. So our businesses have lost their value tremendously, and whether it's worth $100,000, $10,000, or $2, it is unfair to take that from us and tell us, you've worked so hard, this is your family's whole livelihood, and you can't do what you want with it. We have other businesses in my family. We have a fishing guide service, we have general contractors, and I would never imagine that anyone would take one of those businesses and say, hey, you know what, you can't leave this business behind for your kids. I don't understand why the municipality feels like it has the right to do that with these taxi cab permits. So I hope all of you guys today do the right thing for this big community of this industry that serves the community and repeals this from Title 11. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm sorry, ma'am, but we've already had your public testimony. Welcome. I'm about to start the clock, Mr. Haberman. I'm setting the timer.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, a decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. If there's anyone in this room outside the members of the industry that this affects, that's more aware of the history of how that industry has been affected, is me. I predate many of you as members of the Assembly as witnessing a continued travesty and how the decisions made by the Assembly and the municipality of Anchorage affected an industry. They're on life support. What you propose here, I would encourage you to do. And you need to do it. You need not to do it with any delay because it's a time-sensitive matter and it needs to be done as soon as possible. Recognize the clock's ticking and you need to support this. And I appreciate members of the Assembly who sponsored this. It's a very wise decision of your part to sponsor this proposal. But what needs to be said is this. You need to do it, but this is a Band-Aid approach. You need to do this and approve this now, yes. But what they are on is life support. Life support as a result of decisions made by the municipality of Anchorage with a few Assembly members are not even here tonight because this goes back a long time with other administrations in dealing with this industry. They thought they were going to do the right thing as members of the Assembly when they proposed legislation, and the end result was this industry, note this thing, many people have been affected by COVID. And you're tying in the package tonight in the issue of COVID. Yes, they have been impacted by it. But they were impacted way before COVID, years before COVID, by the decision of government. That's what's happened here. So I plead with you to support this, but also at this, you need to take time of reflection and listen to these people beyond tonight, people who have suffered frustration. There has been a lot of members of the industry outside of this industry, including this industry, has suffered for COVID. And yes, you're responding to that scenario. I'm not saying it's perfect, but you're responding to that. But in response to this and tie it in with COVID, and it should be included, you need to reflect that long history how you damaged substantially an industry that didn't need to go that direction. And I remind you the words I said, they are on life support. You need to do the right thing now with this, but not stop it with this. You need to have more of a discussion in the public and this industry before you just stop it there. You need to go more than that. And 2 seconds spare, with all due respect, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Sonia, and I'm a taxi driver and also a cab owner, but I'm not a permit owner. I'm a leaser. And if you guys don't make these permits transferable, I'm just worried that I won't be able to buy a permit, which I'm in the process of trying to do right now. And I'm under a little bit of pressure because the deadline is in September. So I'm asking you guys, to leave the legacy permits as they are. Because right now I'm leasing a permit, and at any moment, the person that I'm leasing a permit from can just take that permit away from me, and I will be losing my livelihood as a taxi driver. Right now, I feel like it's threatening me a little bit. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your testimony.
Madam Chair, I had a question.
Oh, Mr. Weddleton, ma'am, would you come back up, please? We have a question for you from Mr. Weddleton, that end.
All right, so I'm surprised. So you're a driver, you don't have a permit.
I'm a driver and a cab owner,
Okay.
but I lease a permit
But
from
why
one
don't-
of the permit owners.
Can
But
you go?
I'm sorry?
Can you go buy a permit? Just go downtown and buy a permit. That's what this whole thing was about. We made this huge change in the industry so that people like you can just go buy a permit.
No, I can't. Where can I go buy a permit at besides buying it from?
We'll find out when we're done with public hearing. Thanks.
Right now, I want to invest in a permit, but with the law coming up in September, the permits aren't going up, the prices. And so I just bought my taxi. I just can't afford to buy one at the moment. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Carl Connells, C-A-R-L-C-O-N-N-E-L-L. Thank you for hearing us tonight, and thank you for all you've had to endure tonight. Should legacy permits be transferable? I never owned a permit, and it doesn't personally affect me either way whether or not legacy permits can be transferred. I lease my permits. But consider this. We have all joined here tonight in unity. We have all joined in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance at the opening of this assembly meeting, and justice for all. I don't believe that what we're here to talk about tonight does justice to those who have invested in a permit that was known to be transferable only to have that right to actually be able to transfer it taken away. If you own a house and a corporation would like to build a mall, and a key part of building this mall includes your property, they would have to compensate you for the value of the property and not expect you to just walk away empty-handed. With a non-transferable permit, it was understood when it was purchased that once you're done with it, you walk away. Not so in the case of a legacy permit. People bought into it as an investment, thinking it would have value in the future. The key word here is legacy. These are permits that have been grandfathered in since there have been permits, grandfathered in as transferable permits. People have invested their life savings into purchasing these permits. Permits are operated by owner-operators, business owners that have invested in the industry. They have endured everything from the onset of Uber and Lyft to the influx of permits saturating the market to a global pandemic. Taxi cab permits have gone anywhere as high as 180,000 to as low as 5,000. 27% of taxi cab permits are still not on the road today. Most of these aren't coming back. If you want these independent contracting sole proprietors to invest in this industry, you need to make it worthwhile, and that is not accomplished by devaluating the permit. The city actually earns an income of $1,000 every time a permit is transferred, on top of the annual renewal fee. By eliminating the transference of these legacy permits, you are also eliminating thousands in income that these transfers generate. If you made all permits transferable, that could potentially double the city's income from taxi cab permits and once again increase the value of the permit and entice entrepreneurs to join this industry instead of turning their permits in and walking away. As for the waiving of the fees for 2022, I'd like to thank the Assembly for waiving of dispatch fees for 2021. It made it possible to help launch United Taxi, and seeing as we didn't get started until June due to a 3-month delay due to COVID reasons and whatnot, 2022 would be most helpful in getting things off the ground. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Susie Smith. I was raised in Anchorage by my parents who both drove taxi cab. My mom drove days, my dad drove nights. They worked and saved after years, and after years of having an opportunity to finally lease their first taxi permit. We lived in Diamond Estates Trailer Park for many years while they worked and saved. They had no handouts and no freebies, just hard work ethics and the hope that one day it would pay off. Years after committing their time and service to the Anchorage, and they finally had the opportunity to be a permit owner, taking their life. I'm so sorry, they've both passed away recently, so, sorry. Years after committing their time and service to Anchorage, they finally had an opportunity to be a permit owner, taking their life savings to make that investment. Owning a permit was their security and safety net for retirement years after dedicating nearly 40 years to this community and to this industry. I bought a permit many years ago on a payment plan. It took me 10 years to pay it off. I bought it as an investment, one that I knew could go up and down in value, but that would still have ownership and transferability. It is absurd to me that the change in the title does not allow me to sell my investment, essentially my business. The current title has failed, is a failed experiment and very costly to operators, owners, drivers, the city, and the public, which is for future conversations with you guys. I hope we have plenty more conversations on why it's failed. It had many negative consequences. The main reason for the rewrite was to dramatically increase the number of taxis, nearly doubling the fleet. We met with city leaders on so many occasions expressing our concerns with the changes, and we could not stop the changes from happening. Now we are here asking for help. There are 2 items that need immediate attention. The first thing we are asking is to eliminate the certificate of ownership clause in Title 11. We are asking that the Assembly remove this language from the title so that people can continue to operate their investments as they have for 50 years. I should have every right to sell it if I wish or leave it to my children. After all, it is my business I have sacrificed and invested in. The second thing we are asking is to waive fees for 2022. Our industry has faced huge upset with COVID shutdowns and all of title changes. Although we have had a decent summer, we are still struggling as an industry to find drivers and the ability to put all the permits back in operation. We are still in a pandemic and we're still facing much uncertainty. We are very concerned as we go into the fall and winter months with what the Delta strain will bring. We are worried about possible city closures, school closures, limited medical treatments, and lack of business travel. These will all continue to bring monumental hardships to our already devastated industry. Again, I ask for your support on these two items. Our industry needs your help. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
I'm in the queue.
Mr. Constance?
I had a question for you.
Ma'am, would you come back?
Hi there.
Hi, Chris.
Question. There's one section that says the holder of a transferable permit is exempt from requirements of section 11.20.037 to be an operator and driver that permittees taxi that drive be an operator and drive the permittee's taxi cab for a minimum number of hours per year. I seem to recall we discussed that problem a little bit. Do you remember that?
Well, the way it is for non-transferables is they have those special requirements. They have to operate and drive it a certain amount of hours per year. That's
Right.
part of their requirement. So the new way the title is reading is that we also have to do that unless we sign the certificate of ownership, which relinquishes our ownership. So what's your question? Maybe I'm missing it.
I'm trying to help the members understand the impact of that section there, which is section 3, part E of our proposed document, and that is to eliminate the requirement for a minimum number of hours to be driven.
Right, there's no way our family owns 8 permits, and there's no way and my parents left us with 6 of them when they passed away. There's no way for us to operate those. Just no manpower to do that when you own 6 like that. I could potentially operate my one, my brother could operate his one, but the other 6, there's no way physically able to do that.
And so the language as proposed would allow you to keep them or transfer them without having driven them.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Hi, my name is Bernadette Bradley. I'm a past commission member of the Transportation Commission. That was way back in the mid-2000s. Way different than what I'm hearing today. Part of my frustration when I was serving on the board were the legacy permits that were out of state. They didn't have to drive. They were leasing the permits, and some of them were making over $100,000 a year from leasing the permits. And I was also at the same time president of Anchorage Char, and I had members screaming at me saying we needed cabs. And there was so much pushback. They were a very strong lobbying group. When Debbie Osiander asked me to help her rewrite Title 11, I didn't realize there were dual write-ups. One was from the legacy owners and one was from the Transportation Commission, and ours just disappeared. So it was pretty frustrating, but now what I'm hearing is, I just talked to somebody outside who said there's only 3 or 4 legacy permits out of state, which is great. The money's staying in Anchorage. They have been devastated. When I was on the commission, the permits were like 150 grand. To hear they're like 3,000 is, I mean, that's really nothing compared to what they were. So I guess I'm here to support the legacy permits. I think the problem has been solved that the commission has had problems with for years. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi. I'll be brief, relatively speaking. I have previously sent emails that elaborated on my position, but this will be a small portion of that. I've been in the business for 30 years. I drove for years, and then
And your name,
These-
sir?
Pardon me?
Your name,
Oh, I'm
please.
sorry, Jeff Pritchett. Okay. Anyway, I leased permits for two permits for years until they became available. And I bought them in 2015. It wasn't at the absolute peak, but it was close. And it was just before the 2016 rewrite. So it was a classic case of buying at the market high and just before the crash. So putting it mildly, my investments have suffered, but we don't know what the future holds. So although diminished, it's still an asset, and it's one of my few. The certificate of ownership provision, if not eliminated, strips our right to transfer or pass on to heirs our good faith investments. And since they would have no value in the marketplace or to our families, they cease being assets. When we all make investments, some good, some maybe not so good. But to take those investments and their assets, our permits, and eliminate their transferability is to render them worthless. It's a taking, it's a mistake, it benefits no one, and it's wrong. In the interest of fairness, I ask you not to let this happen. And also, given the hardships imposed by permit owners, by COVID and city shutdowns, and the severe shortage of drivers that we're seeing, I ask that the permit renewal fees for 2020 be waived as we try to recover and survive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for having me. Can I hand this to you? First and foremost, I would like to thank you for what you did for the industry last year on 2020.
And your name, sir?
That was very special. I mean, yeah, last year, 20.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
I'm sorry, Rafael Barbosa.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so anyways, I was saying that I would like to thank you for the help that was provided to the cab industry in 2020. Let me have mine with me. Okay. Can I have one of those? Okay, so that was very special and very much appreciated and badly needed. I also would like to thank you very much for paying attention to our issues. I also want to thank those that responded to my email. I'm learning to actually communicate better that way because, you know, you think about the whole month, you start preparing for things like this. Oh, I'm going to say this to the assembly members. I'm going to say that. I'm going to run my mouth. You know, I got so much to say. And then I come here. I get so nervous addressing such a big audience has always been a problem for me. I get very nervous. Anyways, thank you very much for that. And here we are. We're back, looking to finish what we started last year, and we need your support. We're asking this assembly to please do away and eliminate the certificate of ownership requirement of Title 11 on our taxi cab legacy permits. This piece of legislation that was added to the title is wrong and needs to go. It is a bad business idea as well. There shouldn't be a class telling us that we cannot wheel our business or our kids or even sell it if we have to. Our permits' unique provisions and distinctions should remain in place, intact. I have worked 37 years 7 years in this business to deserve something? Oops, I ran out of time. I cannot believe it. I'm halfway. Can you give me another 3 minutes? At least.
Sorry,
Anyways.
sir. I can't do that, but Ms. Kennedy is in the queue. Ms. Kennedy?
I'm
Thank
done.
you, Madam Chair. Mr. Barbosa, can you finish actually what you were going to say, since you took the time to
Good enough
write it
anyway.
out for
You
us?
got it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, they won't. Okay, let me finish, please. Okay, so we're also requesting to have the renewal fees for the 2022 permit year. After the rewrite of the Title 11, our industry got flooded with more and more cabs and more cabs and more cabs. That took away our ability to save money when it was busy, so we could survive the slow times. We cannot do that anymore. This has affected all of us, fleet runners and individual operators as well. And ultimately, COVID-19 was the last punch. That's why we need this economic relief. Please waive these fees. These are tough times for our industry. Thank you very much. Thank you for the extra time.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other members of the public who wish to testify on this item? Please go ahead and line up if you want to speak. Welcome.
Good evening. I was just told a second ago that I didn't need to testify. But I've been in this industry, and a lot of you know me because I'm political. My name is Lynette Marino Hins. I was 19 when I started driving a cab here in Anchorage, Alaska. It was very rough. And as a young mother, as a young wife, I had a lot of hard knocks. But I stuck to it. Cab driving is a man's industry. It's a man's job. That's what I was told at first. I was very shy. But I stuck it out. I've seen a lot of dispatchers come and go. I've seen a lot of cab drivers come and go. I've seen a lot of changes in Anchorage, Alaska. And I'd like to say that the safety improvements for the cabs, the drivers and the passengers, were a big success. And I thank you for that. And I thank you for also giving us the $1,495 back that we didn't have to pay. I'm still suffering from COVID. I had COVID back in October, and I had my vaccinations because I know it's the right thing to do. But my kids, I wanted to be able to pass on a permit that I bought through the help of my family. I had 7 kids. One of them is deceased. And being a mother, I had to leave my kids normally 12, sometimes 13, 14 hours. We were required to do that. I was pregnant sometimes, up to 7.5 months pregnant when I did this. But I was the only one making the money. So if you could please understand that a lot of these drivers and owners, it's not given to them. They earn it. And so it is the right thing to do in your heart, in your minds, in your conscience when you go to bed tonight, that you remember under the municipality, there's some people like me. When I looked at my chauffeur's license, I seen that symbol of the municipality, and I always tried to do my best to serve the public and to serve Anchorage, Alaska. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome.
Timothy Hewitt,
Both of these ideas are something that need to be done to help this industry that's really suffering. I mean, it's teetering on collapse. We don't have enough drivers. Most people are doing single shifts. And so late at night, there's not a lot of people out because they've worked all the hours they could. We need to have an ongoing dialogue even after this ends so that we can put this industry back together and figure out how we can serve the public. It's not going to change, the challenges are going to continue with, artificial intelligence, cars, flying taxis, all these things. But if we give the people the right to the legacy permit, they may benefit from the technology in the future because we may make it where you got to have one of them to fly that taxi or to drive an AI. So give them that opportunity, keep the dialogue open, think about the future, but help them now with these two things if you can. I know we don't have a lot of money, but we're struggling out there. I'm a permit owner, a dispatch owner. I run also the Anchorage Taxi Workers Alliance, and we can use your help. But keep the dialogue open. We need to have some work sessions to try to figure out where we're going with this industry. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I have Constant Amendment 1, which does something that I don't want to do, but we need to do it for now, and that's remove Section 1, which is the removal of the fees. If I could get a second, I will detail why.
Second.
Thank you. The purpose of the amendment is that we have yet to identify a funding source for the removal of those fees. And so what happens is if we were to cut those fees out of the budget, we would essentially take all the money that's needed to run the whole department away. And so I've committed with the municipal manager to work on a proposal to figure out how to fund it, to make sure that we can, in some creative way, make the people whole that are being harmed here. But with that said, I would ask your support of this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the members of the industry, I know this amendment probably isn't what you want to see, but you have trusted both Mr. Constant and I to help see you through these difficult times. So when Mr. Constant says that he's going to work with the administration to see if we can get something done and bring something back that will actually have the same effect of waiving the 2022 fees, that both Mr. Constant and I will do that. I also, hope that passage of this amendment will allow us to do a more thorough review of other aspects of Title 11, which we've heard several folks here talk about the need to do that. So, again, you've trusted us so far. I'm going to ask you to keep trusting us as we keep working through these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatil?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will reluctantly support the amendment. I think that there's probably some natural symbiosis between the business personal property tax exemption and this. It's right at about that $5,000 limit we put in that program that did not have great subscription initially. So I'll encourage the administration and the sponsors to really look hard there. It seems like a natural fit and maybe even a similar structure that could be quickly implemented with the deadline quickly approaching. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatil. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Constant Amendment Number 1 to AO 2021-72. The amendment passes 9-2. We now have the main motion before us. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. Is this working? Is it working?
Oh,
Okay.
your mic, yes.
Okay, it is. Thanks. Thanks. We fixed it, or John Crabb did. I'd like to move Weddleton Amendment 2.
Second.
Okay, and this looks fairly large, but it's not really. It just deletes all of Section 3, and because Section 3 is not relevant. That section of the code only refers to non-transferable permits, and what we're doing, if we pass this ordinance, is letting the transferable permits stay transferable. So referencing this 1120.037, which only addresses non-transferable permits, isn't relevant. So it just cleans it up and takes out language that doesn't really add anything.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this section wasn't in the original ordinance that I drafted, and it was actually added on later during the legislative process by council and by, I believe, the transportation inspector. So I'm wondering if, Mr. Gates, and I see you in the queue, if you can speak to the purpose of Section 3, why it was added, and then if you have any thoughts about removing it. Thanks.
Yes, Mr. Rivera, thank you. I asked to speak to clarify a little bit from the drafting perspective. And you're correct, we added this Section 3 in consultation with the transportation inspector. That section of the code, 113040, it talks about transfer of permit, but subsection A talks about the legacy transferable permits. Subsection B talks about non-transferable permits. So the whole section 112040 is a little mixed in terms of talking about both permits, and we just felt this would add some clarification. But you know, as Mr. Weddleton did point out, it's a little redundant here because it refers to section in the middle of the new subsection E, 112037D, and the requirements there, but all those requirements are only applicable to non-transferable permits. So our intent to make some clarification here in 112040 isn't really needed. So as the drafter of this, I'm okay with it being deleted, and I consulted with the transportation inspector on that question as well. She thinks it's fine. This amendment is okay. So,
anything else?
If I may just...
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think just to restate for folks in the industry, so this isn't going to have, removing of Section 3 will not have a tangible impact, if I'm interpreting what Mr. Gates stated correctly, on the intent of the remainder of the ordinance, which will now just have one section in it versus the 3 originally, which is to get rid of the certificate of occupancy. So that is still going to happen even if we remove Section 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Gates, did you want back into the queue?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are there any other further comments, questions from members? I don't see anyone else in the queue. So members may proceed to vote on Weddleton Amendment Number 2 to AO 2021-72. This amendment passes 11-0. We are now back on the main motion. Ms. Zalatel?
Yes, I have a question for council. With the passage of that last amendment and the deletion of subsection F under section 3, actually, I'll wait and see if I still have my question in a second. I need another second. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Weddleton?
I have a question, and then I'll, if I could, and then maybe after a statement, whatever. Someone, perhaps Mr. Gates, My understanding as we've gone through this, we hit a point, so we had it from 2016, we increased the number of permits that would be available, and in 2020, the transportation inspector was to allow 30 to go out to bid, and then my understanding is we hit a point where you just go buy a permit. It was a set fee, and I've flipped through the code here a bunch, but my understanding is we should be there. Can someone address that?
Madam Chair, just a quick point of information.
Yes, Mr. Rivera?
As I understand it, the transportation inspector is on the phone if you'd like to direct questions to her.
So perhaps to the transportation inspector.
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, but could you speak up just a little bit?
Yes. Hi, my name is Carrie Belden. I am the transportation inspector. Yes, so we completed the cycle of auctions, and now we are at the market conciliation hearing and report where the Transportation Commission now has the opportunity to either open the market or close the market for 2022. So that is coming up.
Okay, thank you. So, and my understanding, so September 21-ish, you'll meet, you'll decide if you're going to issue more permits, and then what would be the process for someone to get a permit starting January 1st, 2022?
Yes, so every year the commission will meet in the, by the fall and decide based off of market review and market reports and overview throughout the year whether or not they should open the market for permits for the following year. So it's going to be a yearly decision based on needs of the industry. The process of that will be basically starting January 1st, whoever meets the criteria of being able to own a non-transferable owner-operator permit can come to the TI's office and obtain one.
Go ahead,
Okay,
Mr.
so what,
Middleton.
okay, that's great, thank you. So, and how much will that cost?
I don't think that has been worked out yet.
I might check that with Mr. Gates. My understanding is a price was set.
I believe the price is probably going to be the permit renewal price, but I do not have that as a firm detail yet.
And that would be $1,400.25, or $1,425.
It is actually a little bit above that because they also have to pay the fee for urinalysis testing and a couple other fees. So it typically is around $1,432.
Okay, all right, that's great, thank you. So I'd like to stay in the queue to speak again, if I could, or?
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Riddleton. Sorry.
Okay. So I support this, and I thank the sponsors for bringing this forward. You know, I've been through this. We really made the big turn this industry on its head in 2016 when I had started on the assembly, and I think it was proper to change it so it's open entry. But this particular feature of it, taking away the transferability of the legacy permits, is puzzling. I look at it and go, why did we do that? It doesn't make sense. And I'm very happy to still be here and be able to fix it. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riddleton. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So today we have a chance of fixing an issue that was created in 2016 with the overhaul of Title 11. As folks will remember, last year, Ms. Quinn Davidson, the Vice Chair, and I put forward an ordinance to delay implementation of the Certificate of Ownership and to waive certain fees for FY21. This ordinance is the next logical step for this and did two things, now does one thing. It completely gets rid of the bureaucratic and cumbersome Certificate of Ownership. You know, I think it's really important for this body to acknowledge that this was a failed experiment that no one can rationally explain. The Transportation Commission can't explain the rationale for the certificate. A former municipal manager can't explain the rationale. The transportation inspector explains a very weak rationale that, in her word, provides no real benefit to the city. No one I've talked to can explain why this certificate exists and how the industry or the public benefits from it. So, no one can really explain the reason this government regulation exists, but members of the industry can definitely tell you the impacts that this regulation is having on their future. It is frankly destroying their future, from the investments they made in their retirement to any hope they have for future generations of taxi drivers in Anchorage. I wish I was just exaggerating when I say this, but everything that I've heard from the industry and what we have heard during the public hearing leads me to believe to my core that we need to get rid of the certificate of ownership. So let's fix this mistake, do right by the industry, and do right by the workers in our city. I urge a yes vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Similar to Mr. Rivera, I agree, and I am committed, as well as I spoke earlier, to work on the fee waiver. But the fee waiver conversation, when I spoke today with the mayor, brought up the question of fundamental fairness and the issue of how we regulate cabs in the industry. And in the conversation that I had, we both, I think, I don't want to speak for him, but I think we settled on a place where we want to look closely at Title 11 and the entire regulatory scheme again. And so I think you have commitment from both houses of this government to take a closer look at this and make sure that what we're doing is fair as possible in a changing world. With that, I urge your support.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be quick. I just wanted to say thank you to my colleagues for bringing this forward, and thank you to so many of you who I know sitting here for hours means you can't be out there working, and it's really costly, especially in this environment. And I just appreciate you being here, and I appreciate your stories, and it was very moving for me to hear from so many of you. So thank you so much. The reason I voted no on the amendment for the fees was because I'd rather say we're going to do it now and figure out how to do it later. But I will trust my colleagues leading that process, and we'll get that done. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. And with no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the main motion to approve AO 2021-72. This item passes 11-0. We now have before us...
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:15.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded.
I just offer that we have 2 items left plus some testimony. I think we can get through it all.
Ceiling, not a floor, right? Is that the right term?
Absolutely. Thank you. That's the Dunbar doctrine.
Okay, seeking unanimous consent. Is there any opposition to extending to 11:15? Okay, so we are extended to 11:15. We now have before us item 14A, resolution number AR 2021-246, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating the proceeds from a Federal Aviation Administration Airport Improvement Program grant
Waive reading.
in an amount of $700,000 to the Merrill Field 2021 capital improvement budget for the purpose of snow removal equipment, snow blower acquisition. Hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to testify? Welcome. I'm starting the timer.
My name is Eugene Carhaven. I represent myself. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more likely to public interest. I'm not opposed to this proposal. Obviously, there's a need, and the way I understand the discussions with administration, that this item had their need to come up during the budget times as what is where they need to find funds and deal with needs dealing with Merrill Field. But the only concern I have is, I'm not questioning your approval, but I think there needs to be more of an identification of those needs in these reports, because what's going to happen, I could see with discussions other items of their needs coming up and going before you and saying, I need this and I need that and whatsoever. But a more detailed account of what's coming up in the future would be very useful to know what's coming up, to what you're going to be asked for public hearing, and whatever department, whether it's dealing with this department or any other, with respect. And I'll just close with that, and thank you very much with all due respect.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yes, please, just briefly.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. This item is for Merrill and it is on the administration's must-pass list for tonight, and I urge your support.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on AR 2021-246. This item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 15A. Actually we're in the 15s now, and items in this agenda category typically involve applications for a liquor or marijuana license and or a special land use permit for alcohol or marijuana. These items are typically public hearing items. Administrative matters in this category may include election, certification, or assembly reorganization and are not public hearing items based on the municipal code. A clerk's note may identify certain items as non-public hearing items. So now we now have before us item 15A, resolution number AR 2021-257, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcohol special land use permit for a package store use and license number 5170 for Isles Inc., DBA La Bodega in the B2C Central Business
Waive reading.
Periphery District located at 718 K Street, Anchorage, Alaska 99501. Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Before I go to you, Mr. Constant, I just want to note that the owner is on the phone if members have questions. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I would move to incorporate the handout that I just passed out, which is a public comment from Sean Halloran, the only public comment that needs to be attached.
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry, there are actually two, but one page.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Constant, do you want to speak any further to this?
Just on behalf of the administration, this was left off the package and the public comment should be attached.
Okay. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on incorporation of the public comments into 15A. The motion to incorporate the public comments passes 11-0. We now have before us the main motion. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Unlike many locations that might provide an alcohol package store, you have neighbors nearby here, as the testimony shows, it was just incorporated, that support this project going in, even though it's a liquor store in their neighborhood, very close to their home and businesses. And this business has done a really great job now in several locations across town in South Anchorage, in kind of that Midtown, East Anchorage section that is above Eastridge and downtown in causing neighborhood improvements through very savvy business. And so I'm grateful to the folks who are putting together this compound that's going to be revitalizing a section of the downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote on AR 2021-257. This item passes 11-0. We are now at final audience participation, and the meeting has been extended to 11:15. Could I just get a show of hands to see how many folks are here to speak? Maybe 2 or so? Okay. Welcome.
Hello, Irene. I would like to start with a statement. COVID is real and it can be a very serious sickness. 2 weeks ago, I testified and said, what this assembly is doing is not about caring for the people of Anchorage, but driving forward your agenda. Today, I would like to point out a couple more reasons why I said that. Number one, when Mr. Berkowitz was mayor and he enacted a mask mandate, there were medical exemptions. When Ms. Quinn Davidson was mayor, all the medical exemptions went away. Anybody 2 years and older had to wear a mask. It did not matter if you have asthma and could not breathe, or you are suffering from PTSD and the mask triggers you. There were no exemptions. 2, if caring for the people would truly have been and is your primary goal, as you want us to believe, you would have gladly looked at and considered any and all new information and studies coming out in regards to COVID-19. The more we know, the better we can help, right? And yet I have watched the majority of this assembly fight any new information tooth and nail and label everything that does not support your narrative as false information. 3, the CDC wrote a letter, and this is not particularly you, but as the assembly, but the CDC wrote a letter on July 21st of this year to all individuals performing COVID-19 testing. I quote, after December 31st, 2021, CDC will withdraw the request to use the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, the request to the U.S. Food and Drug Administration for emergency use authorization of the CDC 2019 novel coronavirus real-time PCR diagnostic panel. The CDC is providing this advance notice for clinical laboratories to have adequate time to select and implement one of the many FDA-authorized alternatives, end quote. If there are many FDA-approved alternatives, why on earth would we use a test that needs emergency use authorization? The truth is that the COVID narrative of fear and mandates is one of the major tools, if not the tool, to drive home your agenda, which is to turn this country into a socialist and communist one. It makes people more controllable and easier to manipulate. So if you lose your version of the COVID narrative, you lose that control and ability to manipulate. And that is why you need to keep your narrative alive. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, and I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, a decision made by the governing body is more like the public interest. I recall you on July 13th in your meeting. About the meeting when it started, I issued a titled email to the Assembly members, the most important matter affecting all Eskimos and future generations. During that meeting, Assemblymember Constant tried to get it as requested. I laid on the table item to incorporate and get it on the packet. But the direction, it failed, and the end result was this, which you may not be aware of, and I tried to bring this up at the last Assembly meeting, but in final participation, it did not happen. There was no chance for me to bring this up, and I'm bringing it up tonight. What transferred is that communications by the clerk staff directed me to go to the site and copy, paste, and attach it to a particular item on the agenda, which I did. So the meeting of July 27th, if you looked at that in the communications, and today is August 10th, I looked at that communication, and the communication was doctored. Doctored. It didn't represent the communication, and this is a deep concern. This was a time-sensitive matter, and this is what's going on with the Anchorage Assembly and Borough Assembly, Anchorage Assembly, and the way you're handling communications. You've got doctored documents, communications being sent to you. And I'm not talking about the email I directly to you, but was tied with that site that was set up dealing with the COVID time. So the end result is in a time-sensitive manner that affects all Alaskans today and future generations. The public is not knowing about that content. It's being not reported. Channel 2, KTU, is keeping quiet. The major blogs in the Valley are refusing to put it out. Yeah, social media. That's what's going on. So let me go on to another chapter of this. We have COVID issues still happening. There are deniers here among the administration and others. Thank you, Assemblymember Peterson and Assemblymember Quinn Davison, for wearing face coverings. Those deniers, the end result is, the last meeting I was here in the Assembly, a staff member, the clerk staff comes up to me, and people are concerned about this Clorox wipes. They're uncomfortable with the odor. They're uncomfortable. That's what happened. My response is, made my measure of control, and I wanted to report this, but I couldn't let you know at that meeting. Again, final anticipation did not happen. So let me say this. The situation that happened in the school district was wrong in the way it was handled. I feel concerned about what those members of the school board went through, but that climate needs to stop now. And we need to do our part and remind you this. These people en masse are confusing freedom with responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Mr. Turner, could we get Niall Williams on the line, please, as he signed up for audience participation? Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Williams. This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for final audience participation. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, Niall Sherwood Williams. Through the chair, we saw that the minutes clerk was handing out pieces of paper to all the members of the Anchorage Assembly, the mayor, and through the chair, the mayor, through the chair, the municipal manager, and through the chair, the municipal attorney. There are 2 documents that you have received, a total of 11 pages. The first is a copy of a Gmail initiated by myself through the chair to the leaders of Anchorage, notifying them of a conspiracy against rights and preservation of and request for a public record under the Alaska Public Records Act, FOIA, and the appropriate municipal code. The second document is a notification of conspiracy against rights, Nuremberg Code violations, and an order to cease and desist. It lists 3 victims that are specific: myself, Niall Sherwood Williams, Cassie Kahn, my fiance, Dustin Darden, and the citizens of Anchorage et al. So this is an ongoing and criminal conspiracy against rights. Tonight I was assaulted by Anchorage Police Department employees through the chair. Metal cuffs were placed on me. I was unlawfully detained, unlawfully arrested, trespassed from a public meeting for praying before a meeting was set to begin. This also lists the structures of the municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage School District. It also lists the Anchorage School Board and its members. I would like to let everyone know that's listening to my voice, this is a spiritual war against principalities. I, Niall Sherwood Williams, declare that I have entered that spiritual war through my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I'm a sovereign man, a citizen, and a member of the human race. And there's only one vaccination that counts, and that's the blood of Jesus Christ, the salvation of Jesus Christ, the saving power of Jesus Christ, and the fact that if you call upon his name, he can free you from your sin. He can take away your addictions and give you life anew through Christ Jesus. However, when it comes to these issues, I have issued notifications through the chair to the mayor, through the chair to the chief of police, through the chair to Amy Demboski, through the chair to Patrick Burke, and you all as sworn oath givers to uphold the Constitution of the state of Alaska, the United States of America, and the laws of the land. You have a duty to investigate crimes that are reported unto you. I have put all those people on verbal notice in person. I was going to serve you these legal documents in person tonight. However, I had to send my fiance in there because you arrested me to kick me out of the meeting because I'm your political opponent.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
And I have a...
We appreciate your participation. Good night. Okay, that brings us to assembly comments. We'll start with Mr. Weddleton.
No comments, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Allard?
No comments, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just encouraging people out there to keep your social circles small, wash those hands, and wear masks. This thing isn't over yet, and if you think it is, you're way overconfident. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as some folks may have seen, earlier today I published a full series of public transit roundtables on my Facebook page. So I'm excited for these and definitely want to invite folks in the community to join me for discussions talking about a lot of different aspects and facets of public transportation. Some of the conversations are going to happen on bus routes, which is going to be an interesting I think, experience, and some of them are going to happen on Zoom. So you can find more at my Assemblymember Facebook page. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No more comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. I just would say thanks to everyone for hanging in there tonight and for all your work. Mr. Constant?
Again, thank you, and that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
No comments, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to put in a plug for a community discussion on homelessness that's happening tomorrow night at 5:30 at the Wilda Marston Theater. It was organized primarily by the Office of Representative Sponholtz, but a number of people are going to be involved, and so I hope to see people there for an ongoing community discussion on homelessness in Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Nothing for me, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
No comment. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
We are adjourned. Thank you.